Hello, everyone.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Abby.
How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Let's see who's here. John, hi, John. How are
Cowboy
you?
Kitty. What's up?
Cowboy Kitties, free Natalia. No, I'm sorry, Lavinia. Where I get Natalia from?
Well,
Free Lavinia.
I thought it was
And
Natalia. Wasn't it?
okay. And whoever's lurking in the back. For some reason, it's not letting me pin the. You can't even see. You can't even see that I added the link, huh?
No, I didn't see any of that.
Can you try to add it in this chat? It keeps
Yeah.
rejecting me. It doesn't like me.
Well, it's getting annoying. Like it for yeah, it just rejected my comment too. It's been doing this for like a month now. I don't know if we need to contact some support that I don't ever want to talk to. I mean,
Right?
I can share it as like from
Yeah, I
as a
did
guest
that.
or whatever. Like it's there now, but I can't share it directly from StreamYard. I can share it from YouTube.
Oh, I can pin yours. All right.
So you got it pinned now?
Yeah, yeah, I got it
Good.
pinned. So we're good. No need to worry about that. And well, did it pin? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, Leonte? Oh, it
'Cause I
says
can't
pin.
even see. Okay, it looks like it's pinned there now. When I
Okay.
go back to the YouTube, I can see it.
Okay.
Let us know, you guys, if it doesn't show up on your end. So, anyways, what shall we talk about?
John said. John said. I messed up the her, Melania's name because it's Taco Tuesday.
Hmm.
I haven't
Yeah, gotta
actually.
start
I
making
haven't
tacos.
been. Well, you know why they say Taco Tuesday now
Mm-hmm.
because of Trump and his craziness. And I think, like, I haven't actually um, kept up with what's happening in the strait. Hey, Unc, how you
What's up?
doing?
Yo.
Unc is bad.
Mhm.
I was
Is he
at
naughty?
I was at Extra Bully. You naughty. You're a little nasty too. I like it.
He's honest compared to so many people. We got all these repressed people trying to talk about what is and is not acceptable for other people to do, and they're only really right about the Epstein class, but they
Unc
also
didn't
have
give
all
a
kinds of
damn.
judgments about the rest of us for doing things that they're probably just jealous of at the end of the day. You know?
Yeah, Unc didn't give a damn. Sure. Oh, thank you for all the likes so far. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Yes, I was in the chat for the secret show. I just happen to I don't get notifications, even though I say notify me. It
Hmm.
really sucks. So
Yeah, you
I
can't
don't
rely
know.
on
I
any
guess
of
I'm not
the.
important enough.
No, the algorithms are really working against us. Can't rely on. That's where I don't really, as much as we appreciate the likes, and like the sharing and subscribing is really the more important one. I don't really think likes for shadow ban. I'm not even sure if we are. I think we probably are shadow banned, but not nearly as bad as some people. I don't know if there's degrees to this kind of stuff. There's a lot we don't know, but the
Oh,
way
look
that
up.
the algorithms work, like how if we've been saying the stuff we've been saying, if we're not shadow banned, we got a weird exception on us.
Hmm. Now he's feeling guilty, saying, "I hope I didn't make you feel bad." I had a ton of fun. I was expecting it to be political. And I was like, "Oh, let's see what's going on. What do you got to say?" And it wasn't politics at all. It was just shooting the shit
The secret
and
show
watching
is
cute little animal videos. And I do that on my own. I'm like, oh, maybe sometimes we should break the monotony and
hmm. No, those shows
Little
are
cute
good.
little animal video.
Little
It,
left wing versions that of the typical. There's a lot more that's close to the typical content you might find on YouTube. Um, that if
it,
when we do those videos, we should be treated fairly, just like everyone else, and they should be seen. Like the secret show shouldn't be secret at all. It might be part of the joke, right? Because it's not really, but because the rest of his content is political and it's on the same channel, it's probably guilt by association. That's a
mm,
good show. I like that one.
well, I tuned in to be political, and then he made me realize you don't always have to be political. Sometimes you can just chill.
No, that's where we've
So
talked about
I
that a
chilled,
few
and it was
times.
fun.
Where it's good, you gotta
So
have your pick your battles. Have your moments for. There's a time and a place for the politics. As long as we're actually doing the organizing or the theorizing and the work, working the work, walking the walk, then we need to have these breaks. And so I appreciate Secret Show and I appreciate boats smashing into other boats. Extra Bullets has got his own flavor, but they're basically the same kind of break away from the political madness for a few hours, and then we'll be back at it. We'll talk about politics more than a few times next week. Don't worry.
I mean, that's what this is supposed to be, but we end up talking about politics.
Well, that's
Politics any damn way.
I get bored of talking about of having fun and shooting the shit after a while because I'm like, anyways. So look at everything that's happening in politics while we're not, and the less you pay attention, you do kind of lose the bigger picture of what's going on because you don't catch every development. The problem is if you think you know everything that's happening because you got your eyes glued to the news feed, that's pretty much propaganda, half of it, and a lot of misinformation. We gotta
Yeah.
pace ourselves.
Well, thanks, Aunt. It was the break I didn't know I needed. I appreciated it.
Yeah, sometimes
It's, sometimes what?
I was just saying.
Sometimes you need it.
I was just gonna read his comment. Sometimes we need a break from the nightmare fuel. Yeah, that's what Indy says on his show. He's right.
So John says, "Ask Iran, they're having fun." Oh, are they having fun? I'm having fun. I mean, it's genius. So I think I was trying to look into it, and I think the different embassies around the world are competing with each other,
Hmm.
dropping dropping songs, and I'm like, damn, if I could have that job, I'd be at work every day on time, chipper, ready to roll.
Yeah, as far as in if you wanted a job in Iran, or at least in one of their embassies isn't in Iran, but you know what I'm saying. Probably would rather have one of those jobs right now. One of the
Yeah,
although I don't know how many online jobs there are for people not working for the state at the moment with all the
well,
disruptions. We should, as much as they're doing the right thing about with the propaganda, with making us understand that they're hanging in there, you know, they're not
and
over with
and
anytime soon. We have to remember they're going through a whole lot of hell at the same time.
that is true. And um, remember the rescue mission that they claimed it was just like the way it was told to us, and then they put in like that pilot made him out to sound like a savior, I guess, so they could make a movie later or what have you. And then Iran came out with that. Damn it, just messed up my hand. Iran came out with that Lego video showing us from their perspective what happened. And then when you thought about it, you're like, wait a minute. I actually think that's what really happened because first of all, you the plane was shot down very close to their nuclear arsenal, right there, uranium. And you mean to tell me he walked 100 miles and climbed up a mountain?
There's no way. I don't believe any.
Like, what?
I'm wondering if I should be doubting whether there was a pilot down at all,
At all, huh?
rescue mission at all. Right?
Exactly.
I
It
thought
was
there was
to
this.
steal the uranium,
I
and
thought they
they
were.
failed.
Yeah, yeah. No, I thought they were talking about this ground invasion of Marines. Now instead, it's a blockade all of a sudden. What happened there? Is anyone? That's just a quiet, like, uh, defeat that's not being talked about.
Yeah. Now he's like, if we can't, we're gonna block the. Well, it's already blocked for you, but he's like, if we can't go through, nobody can. I'm like,
Hmm.
oh, get the little baby mad.
Well, it's
He
not
mad?
really that unexpected, I guess. I didn't really. I mean, I haven't been as tuned into the media cycle because I've been working on my little project I've been talking about, right? But I've had to kind of not try and chase two rabbits at once there. So there's a lot of fog of war right now, anyway. So I was pretty sure they're just kind of wait. This is a bit of a lull, I think. It is a fair way to describe it because they were doing this ceasefire stuff that I didn't think they were even. They said they weren't going to do, but then they did it. So I'm like, so what's the plan behind doors here? There's what the public is hearing, and then there's what's happening. There are negotiations that shouldn't be happening that are happening. So what are they fucking talking about?
Right. Hi, eggs. Eggs
What's up,
D. How
XD?
you
Good.
doing? This was annoying me because some hair wasn't in the braid and it was like sticking out, and I just didn't like it.
Mm.
My niece told me she was going to take me to her stylist. She has hair kind of like me, so they can shape it properly into a correct mullet. She likes my mullet, by the way.
It
I'm
looks
so
nice.
happy.
Yeah.
It don't really look nice that nice in the back, but she says she's going to get it shaped up for me, so I'm excited
Mm.
about that. But yeah, John, I believe those Lego videos more than I believe our government. Isn't that sad? That's real sad. And John also said, okay, now see, I haven't been paying attention. The stupid U.S. blockade got sent home already. Is that
Really, really.
so? The last I heard was Russia was coming with tankers and the tankers were being escorted by a warship, and I was like, ooh.
Put
I
your money where
mean,
your mouth is with the
who's
blockade.
gonna you're gonna block Russia?
Yeah.
I don't think you want to do that.
So it's basically just a blockade for everyone except for Russia and China. Then I was reading some stuff this
Um,
morning
for
about the
everyone
Malacca
who
Strait.
isn't like a straight up U.S. puppet ally,
Right.
because France got through, and I'm like, fuck them.
That's where.
Tell them to give Africa their stop that African tax or that French tax on Africa. Then they can come through.
That's where I gotta uh, do like a research project maybe for a Thursday show into because of this fog of war stuff. I'm not exactly sure what's actually happening, and I don't want to be jumping to conclusions because people I've been trusting for the last few years are, you know, doing some cheerleading right now. My little project for my Substack article has certainly got me doubting a little bit from the sources that I've been drawing from these past few years. Not that they're totally like like you can't like totally revoke their revolutionary card. I guess you might put it that way, but I'm not liking the things I'm uncovering, right? So,
Hmm.
but we all got biases. Maybe I'm just seeing things that aren't there. I'll try not to tease any more of this before I get my whatever facts straight. It's like
Like
a dumb.
Rondo said,
Yeah, shut the fuck up about it. Yeah.
shut the hell up and write the damn article.
I was trying to this weekend, and then I ran into this like Dunning Kruger effect. I was like, okay, I don't actually know as much as I think I know about these topics that I'm trying to write about. So I'm gonna have to sit down and do that research first, and that takes hours, and my brain only works so fast. So I was like, oh no.
Can
But
you
here we
read
go.
that comment?
Which
John
one?
said, I think he said China threatened them. He said no blockade or something.
They made a threat.
See,
Yeah,
I just
I didn't
haven't been paying
haven't been
attention.
following it with a magnifying glass, right? So it doesn't surprise me at all. I just feel that China makes lots of tough statements all the time, and they tend to not actually back anything up with actual force. They back it up with economic. All their threats are economic, basically. That doesn't mean that they're not like powerful. But what up, Black North?
Hi, Black North. Good to see you.
Mm-hmm. No, no
So,
worries. We're just getting started.
you see my flowers right here?
No, yeah, no, I didn't
See
notice
my
those.
flowers right here?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they pretty?
Yeah. What kind of flowers are they?
Okay,
Do you know?
so yesterday was my birthday, right?
Oh my bad. My goodness, my bad. I forgot.
49 years young.
Happy birthday! I totally forgot.
I don't know, but they got dyed colors.
Oh, you're getting laggy now. Are you there?
They smell good though. It's okay.
Your video, your picture's
Can you hear
frozen.
me?
Not kind of. I can.
Uh-oh.
You're cutting in and out a little bit. I can still hear you, but it'll be back in a minute, I think.
I'll leave and come back.
I don't know.
I'll leave and come back.
All right, sure. Black North is saying he got caught up in a web of drama. Isn't that suck or whatever? I don't know if you feel like sharing some gossip or whatever. But... Oh, you're gonna join? Sounds good. Yeah, no worries. We don't need people to hang out for hours and hours. If you got other things to do, no worries. Just happy to have people join us for whatever amount of time that they have, whatever conversations they want to have. So, I don't know what dianthus means. But, yeah, we were talking about the blockade stuff. I was looking into some stuff this morning. I closed up all my tabs and stuff, but I did share in the Discord a little bit. So let me. So apparently, Defense Secretary Hegseth has announced a major defense partnership with Indonesia, but they're not allowed to use Indonesian airspace. And I saw another article about the U.S. has left Malaccan states no choice but to charge tolls on the Malaccan Strait because of what's been happening in the Strait of Hormuz. So we should want to. It looks like things might start to heat up over there. We might want to try not to get tunnel vision with the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you for my birthday, my happy birthdays. I really appreciate it. And did I hear something about we're about to clock some tea? The Black North have some tea?
What's that?
Clock it. Oh, Michael's Canadian. He doesn't know what I'm talking about.
I'm listening to what you're
Clock
saying.
that tea. Never heard of it, huh, Michael?
I heard the spill some tea, but clock the tea. What do you mean by that?
So that's when, like, you're giving somebody some information, and when you do like this and you say clock it, I mean, this means clock it. You don't even have to say clock that tea, but you could just do this, and they know that means clock it. So that means like catch what I'm saying, like pick up what I'm putting down, type of thing. So,
well, sounds good. Yep. I'm not sure. A lot of times things don't develop, so hopefully I predicted well. What's up, Black North?
Hello.
Hi, Black Nora.
All right, 1 second. Let me see if I can do this real quick.
Hi, Sean.
know how to play happy birthday.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
Close enough. Pretty close.
Yeah, I
That
don't
was
know how to.
awesome. Thank you so much. I really
Salute.
appreciate that, Black North.
Many happy returns.
Yeah, I'm 49 years young. Hi, Jacqueline, by the way. What I've, and Rondo, peace, fam. What I've wanted to do for years now, since I've been here, is the Holly Festival. It's like downtown by the state capitol. And it's always somewhere around my birthday. So I'm like, whatever. So I always wanted all my family to come, my family and friends, and we go run around throwing, the Holly Festival, right? It's an Indian
Oh, that one, yeah.
tradition for spring. They throw colors on each other. They sell the colors in a little cup. I ordered my own colors. It's cheaper. But every time, like I tried to like rent out a park at the Breck Parks. That's the name of our parks. I could never get anybody on the phone, and it was just a nightmare because I wanted to just be my family. I said, fine, I'll go to the actual Holly event. Well, last year it got rained out, so that sucked. And this year, the day that they were having it, Black Life had an event for kids for Easter. And my nephew's great grandmother had an 100th birthday party. So I thought her birthday party was more important. There was too much going on. So I said, I'll wait till my 50th. It better happen next year. It better happen next year. I'm going to be pissed. So that means I got to hang on for one more year at least.
Always good to have reasons to hang on.
God willing. Mm-hmm.
No, I just wanted to stop by real quick and say hello to you guys. And sorry I was late. Bunch of crap, And inadvertently, I actually wrote and inadvertently give you a happy birthday, darling.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Many happy returns.
It's always something.
Like,
I'm not. Yeah, you're saying you're wanting to hop on more quick tonight. Didn't have quite time to hang out too much.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm organizing a troll fest for this weekend. It's gonna be a shitstorm. So
What? Tell us more.
Really?
That's like online trolling.
Like somebody basically spends all their time trying to like talk trash about me. They've got, they used to be really good, but I think I broke him because like his trash talk isn't like as good as it used to be. I don't know. I think I broke the guy. Anyways, I'm basically gonna give out a $50 prize to the person who trolls the best.
Really?
If you've got the cash, why not do that shit, dude? It's fun, right? It's fun. Like at the end,
is it supposed to be in the comment section, or is this going to be like a
panel
stream?
It's gonna be like a basically kind of a panel type deal. This dude Harry, he's a douchebag, but you know what? We're all douchebags on our own time, Like I'm basically gonna have a troll fest on him, and I'm thinking about doing it every week from now on. Like we pick somebody, and we all just like everyone who trolls, and
it's like a roast.
Yeah,
a comedy roast. That sounds fun.
And at the end of the evening, I'll give $50 to whoever basically ever the crowd votes won.
And this is on your channel?
It's going to be, yeah.
Can you put your in the chat?
Well, I basically
how long that should go on if you're spending $50 a week. That seems like useful.
I'm a hustler, man. I'm a hustler.
Tricking if you got it.
I'm a hustler. Yo, it is what it is. I didn't come here to promote my stuff though. I actually just came here to say hi because I fucking realized you guys were online. I was like, shit, I missed it.
No worries.
Well, I meant to come say what's up.
Right.
We ask people to promote their stuff here. So
Yeah, dude,
Like
absolutely.
do the cross promotion.
Absolutely.
honestly, it
Right,
might
but
just be a complete crash. It might suck, but like honestly,
That's okay. You have to start somewhere.
it might be fun as hell though. Who knows, dude? Like I
So
just
you're
yeah.
not going to tell us because you want to wait until you get it on and popping? Is that what it is?
well, we came up with the idea last night, me and a buddy of mine, and we were like, "Yeah, let's do this." And like, so I basically, it's been less than like 18 hours since we came up with the idea. It's been 12 hours since we came up with the idea.
I've been asked to drop a link to your channel. So I'm just going to
Um,
go ahead and look
I,
for it. If you
dude, honestly, I'm never gonna say no. I'm never gonna say no. Don't
drop the link.
that wasn't why I don't know how to. Like, I'm
Oh,
new.
okay. That's okay.
Well, we've been having troubles with the links too, so it's not necessarily your fault. This tech is pretty dumb sometimes.
Well,
I'm going to drop it. It's going to take a second.
YouTube's been kind of glitchy lately, honestly.
Yeah, it has.
I can drop it in the back chat or something. Like,
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
copy link.
Hi, Mr. Ben Spastic. What
Welcome
up?
back.
He said he's going to hook you up with some people.
Paste.
Oh, John said he already subbed to your channel.
I think I put it in the studio chat. I was actually, I'm not gonna lie. I told everyone we have 4 other judges. We haven't figured out if we're going to do basically have judges or let the people in the chat decide. But I was gonna actually ask you, Abby, if you'd be the 5th surprise judge because you're so freaking nice.
Sure.
Like
what day? Wait, what day is it?
Saturday night. But honestly, what it comes down to is like we haven't figured out how to organize it all yet. It just was like a random thing that we came up with. So, but I figured you're a nice person. You'd be the perfect 5th final, like secret, nobody knows judge coming in and like I don't know. It was a silly thought.
I could do that.
It's different.
You've heard me before.
People are not going to be nice to each other. You know that, right?
You've heard me troll before. You know I can do it.
But like,
so I could judge it. Yeah, sure.
I
know they're not going to be nice. You know who else would be a good judge? I shouldn't be put. I'm just throwing people's name out there. You know who I'm talking about, right, Michael?
Oh,
he's
yeah.
I think he's in the chat too.
I was thinking about bringing Truth Zone in to be one of the freaking. I was going to ask him if he wanted to come in and be one of the freaking trolls, like ripping on that hairy guy. I don't know. It's a weird idea I came up with, and like my buddy Trent came up with, and like we were talking about it, and like it's just a weird, different idea. Like take something that's so negative on YouTube and turn it into something positive. Like, hey, the winner gets money. Like,
I mean, in the black community, we roast each other all the time. Like that's
you guys roast me. You guys roast me. Black North is my name on here, and dude, I've gotten a lot of shit for that.
So where's the line between roasting and bullying? You know, it's like not to be the
exactly.
The parent in the room.
There's no line. No one gives a shit, dude. Seriously, everyone goes savage.
The line is talking about your mama.
So then, what are we end up promoting this as model behavior? You know.
So what it comes down to is you don't talk about people's families and you don't talk about their children.
Ben said he's ready for the smoke. He wants you to assault him as hard as you can. That's what Ben said.
Honestly, I keep telling I have a lot of trolls. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I have a lot of trolls. They don't like that I've only been on here for 3 months and I fucking have like 1,300 freaking view time hours and 250 subs, and it took them a long time to get there.
How many subs did you after our show? Because a couple of people subbed for you.
I think I got 6 more subs from you guys. It was freaking awesome, dude. I was like, oh my gosh.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm up at 200. I'm up at 257 now. Like 3 months, 257 subs. And honestly, everyone keeps telling me they're like, that's a big deal. I'm like, I kind of thought I'd get further. And they're like, no, that's a big deal. You're brand new, dude.
sustain
like,
that, you'll be going somewhere.
but you know
So
how the whole watch time hours thing. Like I have basically I'm almost at 1,300 watch time hours. Everyone's like, that's insane. I'm like,
I don't know what that is.
is it?
Yeah, we don't follow the analytics as close as we should, maybe. But
Well, I didn't until basically I was trying to figure out like how eventually I could become monetized. Everyone's like, what are you trying to sell? I'm like, apparently me. Like,
literally, yeah.
So
like, yeah.
Rondo asked, how is this helpful? It's just fun. It's just fun. Just like I mean, before you got here, I was talking about being on being at Uncle Warren's show, and I'm thinking it's about to be something political,
I
and it turned
apologize.
out to be
I
no,
wasn't
don't
trying.
no. Let me
That's
just get
fine.
this out. Let me just get it out. I thought it was supposed to be something political. So, some of you have heard this already. But it turned out to be, he was just like, like making jokes, having fun, watching videos of animals, talking shit or whatever. And I realized, damn, I kind of needed this break. Like it was refreshing to me to just laugh and have fun and not be so goddamn serious.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually at a current moment. I'm a little bit dark, so I don't think I have good jokes or good presence in the moment. So I went basically when I saw you were up there, and I was like, oh my god, I forgot it was Tuesday.
Yeah.
I was like, I better go. I just want to go over there and say what's up real quick. And like, then you mentioned your birthday. I was like, oh, I'm gonna play happy birthday for her real quick. I don't know how to play happy birthday.
You. I really appreciate
So, like,
that.
I'll be. I'm around, but I wasn't trying to hijack your guys' panel. It was good to see you guys.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
thanks
what
for
today.
hopping
That's
on.
what today is for. But thank you. And look, I don't know how you're gonna. Are you in the Discord? 'Cause
Yeah,
how
actually,
are you gonna ask me to come on Saturday if you're not in the Discord?
One second. Let me pull up Discord. I have Discord.
Oh, you know what you could do? You could message me on Twitter.
here, I'll put
I'm
a
not-
Discord link.
I do have a Twitter.
I'm not in Discord or Twitter. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well then,
Here. If you click the link in the chat there, then you can join the Discord. Anyone else, feel free to join if you're watching.
Private chat.
All are
Comments.
welcome.
Oh.
hi CBC.
Um.
Oh,
Okay,
Rondo, it's not for everybody.
I'm gonna
Rondo
type this out.
Rondo and Black Light don't like roast.
I just think
I happen to like them.
I think people like entertainment's all well and good, but there's a time and a place, just as well as we were saying for politics, and then we need a break from it. There's a time and a place for a break from entertainment and roasting and not being serious, right? That's a hedonistic lifestyle is kind of enabling self-abuse and abuse of others in the name of having fun all the time at the expense of actually caring about real things for real reasons, and that's not a wrong thing to do. So yeah.
Okay, so if you're doing that to someone who isn't a willing participant, then yeah, that's bullying. But if you're like, if everybody's in on it and they're consenting to it, then you just have fun. I don't get why that's.
Are we beating around the bush? I think at the end of the day, it's sadomasochism is what it is. As much as it is having fun,
okay,
people enjoy.
Everybody has a kink, Michael.
Do
Are you
like
kink
your
shaming?
dominatrix? By all means, I'm not gonna kink shame. No, but that's not for me. I'll go do something else in my time. I got other kinks, different things to do. Anyway.
I'm just fucking with you, Michael.
Honestly,
I know. So what's worse to me is like the thing about if you pay me money, I will mute the speaker or ban them or time them out for 2, 5, 10 minutes.
I do that.
That's
not okay. Yeah, I don't like that.
I know. I pay. I pay because it's funny to me.
It's funny, right? But there's no way. It's a total destruction of the discourse, right? There's no getting to any truth there. There's just like people whoever can be the most performative and entertaining. It's like WWE at that point.
Yeah, it's fun though.
Not for everyone.
I do it to people who sit there and they start throwing out N-bombs and they throw out the word that rhymes with maggot. And
N-bombs. Wait, they
Yes.
need to just leave.
Hard R.
They shouldn't even be there.
Those
It
people.
doesn't matter hard
right-wing
or
free
not.
speech. That's the
I
kind of
shut those
platform.
I shut those
care.
people off. I
I don't
shut those
care.
people off. And I'm
All
like,
right.
I shut those people down. I'm like, guess what? You have no place here right now, motherfucker. I mean,
So then that's
I don't,
like
I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't approve, but I do have $25 in my pocket to shut them off for a fucking 24-hour period, and I laugh and I laugh and I laugh.
yeah, you need to have some kind of lines with that stuff.
Now,
Otherwise, you just let
said that
people.
you let them.
I don't like that behavior. I'm not gonna. I won't apologize for doing that either. I don't like it. Therefore, I shut them down, and I chuckle about it, and I laugh in their face about it because guess what? You didn't need to be a rude jerk, and now you don't get to be a rude jerk on this channel for 24 hours. And they get to sit in the chat and they get to basically complain and whine. I'm not. I told you guys before when I came over here on your panel that one day, I'm not the best guy in the world.
4 hours is long enough.
I am what I am, but I'm trying to be a better person, but it's not always a winning battle. I couldn't do the Discord. I couldn't find the Discord thing in the back, so I just put my my name on Discord in your guys' private chat.
Okay, well, we can add you then. We'll figure it out.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm not technologically savvy all the time.
Yeah,
I'm working on it, but
we are in the same boat on that. I really barely know how to keep the stream happening, so no worries.
Well, pretty much, like I said, basically it says Black North Will is my name on there, and Black North without an X. Black North without an X is also my name on there. I don't know which one's which one actually matters, but that's what's on there.
Are you on Twitter? You're just on Discord?
No, just on Discord now. I got in the fight with my girl and I deleted my freaking Instagram. I deleted my TikTok. I deleted all that stuff because I was like, the world's over. I hate my life. You know, that whole thing sometimes you go through during winter depression.
Sometimes you got to stay off the social media because it's not actually helping, right?
Yeah, sometimes, seriously. And, you know, when you're as I am.
You're lagging again, Abby.
All right. I got to hop off here before I make an ass of myself. It's good to see you guys, man.
No worries. Yeah, thanks for hopping on. We'll see you soon.
Happy birthday, darling. Many happy returns.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I was going to say...
a video I want to show you.
Sure. I think it's maybe worth saying, in light of some of that discussion, what we've been kind of going through on the left recently, or at least the last few years, is trying to figure out how much we need to engage with the right. Because as much as it's necessary to grow the movement, we can't be so purist and insular. We can't just be letting fascists kind of run our movements, because that will happen if we're not on guard about that. And like XD was saying a little bit, is this turning into a Call of Duty lobby? You know, for what we're decided to get on YouTube for in the first place, for me,
what does that mean, a Call of Duty lobby? What does that mean?
Is this turning in?
Call of Duty lobby.
You know, so Call of Duty is a video game. It's like a modern warfare.
I know that, like they shoot warfare and stuff. Because I think they kept trying to get Iran attacking Israel, and the coders were. I saw this the other day. The coders were like objecting to it and refused to create the scenario, but they were trying to get them to do that for a couple of years now.
Good, a rare example of working class people standing up and refusing to do unethical work, because most of us just kind of feel like we have to no matter what, or we lose the job. So I guess they managed to have some kind of clout
Rondo
there.
says
that's what I was getting to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right, like there's a thing about everyone seems all fine and cool with letting their kids play video games for hours and hours, we're not as worried about violence in media affecting our kids, although maybe we should be a little bit more worried about that. Doesn't make us right wing, right? But when you get an experience of what the chat rooms are like, what the kids are sort of saying to each other while playing these games, you
Is
understand
that
that it's
on?
like
Is
some of
sorry.
the anti-Semitic, some of the racist, some of the homophobic shit, all the fascist tropes are spread online
Is that
intentionally.
on the internet?
Yeah, yeah, on the internet,
So
but I guess it's
it's not a game like a
on the
cartridge game.
on the PlayStation and on the Xbox and stuff. That's also on the internet technically, but it's not like on the internet like we are here. But some of them is, it depends. If it's a computer game, it's definitely more online in the traditional sense, but it's very much online. You can still talk to people all over the world when you play the multiplayer online video games. You know, I used to play them all the time. I stopped playing when I played like Halo and Call of Duty and stuff. I
I think
actually
people
felt
give
like, there's better things to do with my time, right? This is a
I
key
think people give too
thing for
much
me.
leeway for their kids, like having TVs in their room, having video, like buying certain video
It's
games.
normalized. It's
It's
not
like
good. Yeah.
I think people don't consider age appropriateness when it comes to their own children. They're more concerned with it's not everybody. I'm just the people who are like this. They're just more concerned with getting them occupied and out of their way,
Because we
so
got
they
stuff to
can.
do as adults. As much as we want, everyone wants to be critical of the parents. How can you let your kids spend all this work? We cannot be sitting there over their shoulder all day long. It's never going to work.
Oh, Rondo says you can play Call of Duty online. See,
You
like
sure can.
so having a child with a computer in their room, like my niece, she's 16 now. Her computer is still in the living room. She does have a TV in her room, but I think they have parental controls on the TV.
That's better than
But like, she's not allowed to have
my kids.
her computer in her room, um, so they can monitor what she's doing on the computer. Yes, I would love to go to a rage room. Black Life,
Mm.
Black Life is coming up too,
What's up, Black Life?
and we have one here. You've gone to axe throwing. I
Yeah,
never
but
got a chance to
I'm
do
talking
that.
about I'm talking about a rage
Where you
room.
break shit.
Yeah,
What's a rage room? Yeah.
They have
it's
all
like
this
it's
stuff
like it's
everywhere, and you could break it. Oh, go ahead, tell them.
well, listen. It's basically you can create your own style of it. There's a lot of different adaptations of it, but imagine like a room that looks like your apartment or a regular room, but you get to go in there and you smash it, like
That
just
sounds
smash. And
Like
then
a
they have,
bad or
or you
a
just break
club
it.
or whatever,
And then I
or
saw
you could pick
some.
it up and throw it down.
I saw another one where it's like a warehouse looking thing, and they give you like the safety goggles and all kind of safety gear to wear, and they give you a bat, and you breaking big things. It's like bigger things, like televisions, cars, and you just smashing the shit out of it. It's release, and I think people who like that combative talk and that you know um,
Competitive talk. Well,
yeah. Those
some people
trolling channels and stuff. Maybe they would have better release in a rage
did
room.
you like Did you like watching roast? You know how they would take a entertainer, and then all these comedians and other entertainers would come get up one by one roasting them. They were really funny. And Jacqueline, uh, she says, I remember back in the good old days when parents used to chuck you out and tell you come back when it's tea time. So we were told come back when the street lights came. Like when the street lights come on, you better be in this house. But nowadays you can't just let your kids go outside. But we lost black light.
Well, it depends
Um,
on which neighborhood your kids are in a way, but
Not really.
it's I don't know.
No, it's not like that anymore.
No, I know, but feel like we have there's a whole lot of online discussion about how bad the threat is, but we aren't exactly talking about statistics on the ground level as far as predators in your neighborhood. We all know about the Epstein stuff, but we don't. It's like the fear of the unknown kind of thing. Like we can be more afraid of it because we don't know it, and then not to be like if we ever do look into those statistics, it's because it's a dark subject. I don't really want to look into it much. It's partly why people don't learn about it as much, but I think we do start like with men in general. This is why in the dating scene kind of thing. I think it's you can start to see that everyone starts to treat you, especially being a straight white male, that you're gonna hurt them in some way eventually, and it's just like you have the uphill battle automatically. Have to prove that you're not one of these, and fair enough because there's been so many instances of people of those backgrounds I just mentioned, whatever, completely deciding to be obviously
Well,
gigantic,
black men have to prove that
right?
too, and
Right. Yeah.
and it's more from stereotype than reality. So these are two comments I wanted to read to you. Black Light is in the back. I'm bringing you up in a second, Black Light. Call of Duty and first-person shooters are psyops developed by the military to create soldiers. Rondo, don't they do this now where like the drones are? It's like you're playing a video game when you're controlling the drones, and so it's not even like it's real people because you're so detached from it because you're sitting in a building, controlling this drone from thousands of miles away, like shooting at people and dropping bombs on people, and it's almost like you're in a video game, but this shit is real life, which is crazy. And Jacqueline says, "I love this, Jacqueline. Why not invent a game where you have to use cooperation with other countries to solve global issues?"
That's called
That's
Civilization.
awesome.
There's a game. There's a few games like that, but they tend to also have, if they're more realistic, they have like war built into the game as well. So you could cooperate by choice, or you can be a bully if you want.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
I
I've
don't know if you
seen.
already.
Go ahead.
I was just about to say it became more common and popular during Obama's term, as far as drones and simulated exercises. That's when I started learning about it, like way back then. That and then I mean, that's when I started also connecting those simulated games to actual trainings because they used to create like documentaries about the military weapons and military tactics and stuff. They have these shows that show you stuff, and that's the first time I saw and compared the simulations to that are in games to actual military training.
Huh. This would be a good time to show my video, but look, we have another comedian in the house. Mr. Ben Spastic says, "I find being labeled white striped male insulting. Can you please stop that? It's so dehumanizing." Before I play this, though, based on what you just said, Black Light, I have seen Toys, the movie Toys. I wonder, in Black Light, in Toys, kind of like that movie, what's it called? Is it Sausage Fest or Sausage? You remember
I know.
when all the things in the
Yeah,
grocery
I know what
store?
you're talking about. You talking about the one with the dude from
All the stuff in the grocery store
Sausage
came to
Party.
life. Sausage
Sausage Party.
Party. That shit was crazy. If you haven't seen that, you should watch that. But I wonder why you asked, Rondo, because I've seen toys before, but I can't quite remember. I remember like they got away from their like I think the didn't the parent like throw the toys out because he was getting older or
Toys
something.
Story, you mean?
Oh,
Or
that was
Toys
Toy
is different.
Story.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, toys with
Richard Pryor.
Richard Pryor. Yeah,
I don't know.
that was filmed here in Baton Rouge, or
Uh,
like they
that
say
was
here, Baton Rouge.
yeah, that was an interesting movie. Richard Pryor. All
Wait,
Richard
he's
Pryor movies.
saying Robin Williams and LL Cool J. That's a
Yeah,
different movie, right?
I'm looking it
That's
up
not
right
the
on
same movie we're
Wikipedia.
talking about.
Yeah, let me share my
I
screen
know
here.
another movie
Oh,
named Toys.
Oh, Jacqueline, it's older. If you look it up on IMDb, imdb.com, that would be
No,
great.
it's not called Toys. Abby Jew. It's called The Toy.
Oh, The Toy.
I think that's the name of the Richard Pryor movie because he was the toy.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Ben says
Toys.
Toys. Toys was a
I
great movie.
I never. I don't think
this
I
one.
watched Toys.
So what
Yeah,
is
It's saying
this?
I didn't
Robin
watch that.
Williams, LL Cool J. I think this is the one he was talking about.
Yeah,
Was a box
I didn't
office
watch.
failure, I guess.
I think after Mrs. Doubtfire, I got kind of mad at Robin Williams because he was just too silly. And then I like 1 hour photo because he was opposite of silly. It was really good.
He could do
But
both.
I don't think
He
I
was
watched
very
this one the first.
versatile.
Huh?
He was very versatile. He could do both.
Yeah, he was very versatile, but I don't think I watched this one just because I thought it was going to be too silly.
Oh, I liked him being silly. I also liked him
I
being very
I mean, I
serious, like
love
in
Will
Good
Ferrell.
Will Hunting.
I love Will Ferrell. I don't think Will Ferrell could be too silly where I won't like him. But it's certain people like the Wayans brothers. Like if they get too corny, it turns me off. I don't like it. I don't like too silly. But Will Ferrell could do whatever. That dude is ridiculous. Hey,
No, that's
did
silly.
did
Oh,
Michael leave?
I was just trying to read the plot.
Oh, okay, sure.
That's
Sorry.
okay. I can look it up later.
No,
Michael
I
left.
was reading it a little bit while you guys were chatting there. It
Hello.
looks like an interesting movie. Hello, can you hear me?
I get one more text message to kick me off.
I know you. I hate when. Yeah, you got to go on. You got to go on Do Not Disturb when you're on the stream from your phone. That's a nice little hint for you. Being asked, Black Life, is a man being a woman silly to you? Is that what made it silly to you? I don't think so, because we watched shows like that before. A lot of people in the Black community think that's a humiliation ritual.
I actually like
I
Robin
didn't think it
Williams.
was a humiliation ritual. Go
I
ahead.
think Robin Williams' stand-up comedy is maybe better than some of his movies. He's in a lot of movies. He's in some good ones.
So I removed you, Black Life, so you can. Oh wait, no, I gotta kick you off, so you can come back. But go on Do Not Disturb, and then that won't happen anymore. So what's the plot?
Okay, let me read it
I
here.
can't see it.
Kenneth Zevo, the eccentric owner of Zevo Toys in Moscow, Idaho, faces terminal illness. Defying expectations, he bypasses his son, Leslie, a whimsical toy maker apprenticed at the factory, and appoints his estranged brother, U.S. Army Lieutenant General Leland Zevo, as successor. Kenneth believes Leslie's childlike nature would endanger the company, despite his talent. To aid Leslie's maturity, Kenneth hires Gwen Tyler, hoping they will form a romantic relationship. After Kenneth's death, Leland reluctantly assumes control but delegates factory operations to Leslie and his sister, Alsatia, due to their expertise. However, Leland's militaristic instincts surface upon learning of potential corporate espionage. He enlists his son Patrick, a covert operations specialist, to overhaul security. Inspired by war machinery, Leland proposes manufacturing military toys, clashing with Leslie, who cites Kenneth's pacifist ethos as company policy. Meanwhile, Leslie and Gwen begin dating. Do you want me to read all of it?
I mean, oh, that's long. No.
Yeah. But it seems interesting, like the fight over should wars be used
I wonder if
to
it's on Netflix.
encourage war or not, you know?
Speaking of war, the Black Life is back. Speaking of war, here's I want to show this commercial from 1971. It was an anti-Vietnam war TV ad. And it's so relevant still today. So let me turn the volume up. Here we go.
When they divide up the pie in Washington, do you ever wonder who gets the biggest slice?
Why they gave my man the smallest?
Most of your taxes go to pay for wars, past, present, and future. What does your money buy? It buys you Vietnam, and with it, inflation, unemployment, disunity, and death. It buys you bombs instead of schools, defoliation instead of clean air and water, tanks instead of trains, and destroys homes instead of building them. Isn't it time we got out of their country and back into ours? Write your congressman. Tell him you need a bigger piece of the pie now.
Yeah, that's something.
Okay. I think. Hold on, let me see. Oh no, that was it. Okay.
Nice little
Isn't
thing to
that
add.
interesting?
Very.
I mean, it's so relevant to, like, they could just play this commercial right now. Like, this should be in heavy rotation.
That should be. It should have been permanently ingrained in people's memories, so we wouldn't be in the same predicament.
You got a fan, Michael. Can you let the communist guy talk? I'm sick with the flu and a laugh.
And need a laugh? Is that anti-communist?
I think
troll
need a
fan?
laugh. I'm hoping this.
Hey, Mike. You know what I didn't realize?
He might be a capitalist. I don't know.
I didn't realize that Nick was a communist.
Nick.
Nick Cruz?
Yes. So I went on Revolutionary Blackout Network the other night. I was like, let me just see what's going on over there. And they hadn't posted in there for like 2 months. So 2 or 3 months. That might be in line with when JB left, I guess. I don't know. But I said, oh, well, then I just searched for his name. So he has his own channel. So I'm not sure if they abandoned the network channel altogether.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's on hiatus, I think.
Their own thing?
It's on their merchandise.
I think
so
they're figuring out what to do.
Oh.
Like the t-shirts.
I think they were having some problems with like getting banned for showing weapons, because YouTube policy has a thing, if you're holding a weapon in a live stream, you're not allowed to do that. But they're using that policy cynically to go after people who share videos of people in the video they're sharing a weapon, which is not what the policy is actually meant to ban, but they're just using it that way. So him and Rathbone have been getting those kinds of problems. So I think they're trying not to have the channel shut down, but RBN is kind of dead in the water at the moment.
So everybody is like just posting on their own channels.
So, yeah, and Nick's just been posting on his own.
Guess what his last episode was? It was him with Jimmy Dores as guest.
Jimmy Dore's supposed to be going on Thursdays with him.
Yeah, and you know who else I saw? Brianna Joy Gray had Jimmy on the Bad Faith podcast in the last couple days too.
Oh, she has this thing. She had interviewed a communist and a socialist, I think. I want to watch it. It was kind of long, so I hadn't watched it yet. But I was like, oh, I gotta watch this. But Nick was so proud of himself for the way he went after Dr. Cornel West. He was tickle pink, wasn't he, Black Light? The way he was talking, I was like, damn. And you know how he got Dr. West on his channel? He met Dr. West's wife, and Dr. West's wife connected him to Dr. West to come on the channel. And he said she was so mad at me, and he was so giggly and googly about it.
You know what I think though? I think that shit was necessary. It was very necessary because Dr. West disappointed me.
Okay, at the same time, him and Jimmy. Okay, Jimmy was talking about how he
I
was
already know.
fooled. He was
Mm-hmm.
fooled by Trump. This, and I'm like, and Nick was like giving him like a pass, like, yeah, we all got fooled about certain things, and I was just like, okay, I could see Bernie, I could see Tulsi, but Trump, come on.
It's that MAGA communism stuff. You know, he's got a little bit pulled into it. He kind of bought into the ACP's side of the narrative on that.
He bought
I don't
into
think it served
he
him
bought
well.
into his favorite thing is no identity politics. He bought into thinking that Trump was America first. He brought into everything that all the rest of them thought. All the rest of them, because he did sell a good game to them. Look,
You
and you don't even have to take my word for it. You can look at the old videos of his promotion, of his campaign promises and his speeches, his stump speeches and his rallies and everything he said. He said exactly what they wanted to hear.
but you
But he
had to
did.
know who he was.
Of course they
Like,
did, because he said grab him by the pussy in the first term.
I mean, not just that. Like
Oh,
even
not
Joe
just that, but
Biden, you had to
duh.
know who he was, and I'm like, yeah, this is your guy. Like the guy that Obama picked to let white people know he was safe. Like
Let me
I'm
tell
not
you something.
to signal to white people, I'm really not going to do anything for black people. Trust me, I got Joe Biden as my vice president.
Come
Like
on,
that's your
man.
guy. That's
Come
the guy.
on, man. Hey, can I tell you who made me more upset than that in the last 2 days? Hakeem Jeffries with them fucking shades on,
You
trying
so
to be
mad at
cool.
him.
I I really want to put. I swear to God, I wish I could just meet up with him in the alley and just beat the shit out of him and just run. You know, I can't
Right.
believe he want cool. He want cool points for putting on some fucking shades, talking shit about stuff we already know, and we could find out by looking at the millions of podcasts that have been covering it. We could look at it and fucking know exactly what he's saying, but he want to be arrogant and talk shit with it. I'm like, motherfucker, if you don't go do something and stop talking shit. Oh, I'm
Another
here
banger.
for it. That motherfucker say, I'm here for it. What? I'm
It
here
was,
for it.
you should have heard her watch it.
Oh, I
You
was
don't
so.
go sit your black ass down. It was so
How
funny.
dare
I
this
was
man? How
laughing at her.
dare he? The man put on shades to talk shit about Republicans. Talk shit. He don't do shit.
I
Excuse
think,
me. I'm sorry.
oh, it's all good. No apologies necessary.
They're here trolling Nick, talking about another banger after banger.
I think
Man,
Sean's comment
sometimes
is a good one, though, to talk about. It was hatred of the Democrats that caused Trump. I think that's exactly what happened. The Republicans played the leftists that were trying to break this, the leftists tailing the Democrat Party all the time, and they exploited our animosity towards the Democrats, and we helped them implicitly suggest that Trump was a better pick than Kamala
Michael,
Harris.
with all
Well,
due respect,
also,
that is the seesaw fucking method. It's a
Right.
seesaw method because they keep doing the same thing. You're tired of Bush, vote Obama for the big change. You're tired of Obama, we need a bigger change. Vote for
well,
Trump. You
well,
feel me? Like this?
actually, historically, uh, Americans will vote Republican, like, generally speaking, they'll vote Republican, and they'll continue to vote Republican until Republicans fuck everything up so bad. Then
Like Bush.
they'll vote Democrat to get things back on an even keel. And once it's there, they go back to Republicans. And
Do
it's
you
like,
know?
do you not see this pattern
But do
that
you
they just
remember?
keep fucking shit up?
I know. I know we got
But
Trump.
wait, hold on. Let me finish. I think they do that because they after they get the economy back on track, they go back to Republicans because they want to make sure that hierarchy power balance is still held in place.
I know this. I know we have like Trump derangement syndrome, but do you not remember how bad Bush fucked up the country? He started fucking up the world. Just as bad as Trump is, like he started really tanking the country. Y'all don't remember that? And then
Of
here
course,
comes Obama.
remember.
That's what I'm trying to say. But then here come Obama rescuing with all the big great hope. You know what I'm saying? And he hoped them up so high that they was like, fuck this. we need a real change. And he was just arrogant. He was arrogant by his coolness. He was so arrogant that Hakeem Jeffries is still trying to imitate him with the fucking shades on. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Sean
Why?
says.
Oh gosh.
Sean says, remember Jimmy was of the mindset that voting for Trump will make things so bad the Democrats would vote to bend the knee to the people.
The force the
No,
vote.
but that's not what history tells us.
Right.
They're not gonna. Yeah.
That's what a lot of people have had this. Things have to get worse before they can get better because the people are complacent. You know, the left in America is dead. This thing, all of these revolutionaries in the West are hopeless. So we have to be harsh on them. We have to make things really, really bad so that they learn to stop being so soft. But what we really just did is condemn all of us to being incapable of organizing because the oppression of the system has made it so that we have to do everything. We put all of our energy into surviving. So that didn't work.
Hey,
have you guys?
I ask you a quick question. Did you guys pay attention to how many warehouses have been burned? And
just about to talk about that because
what is your perspective? We started with the first one with the paper goods, right?
The first one started in Ontario, Canada.
In Canada.
So
that was Michael. That was Michael's boy.
Did you see that?
Michael.
I saw that. I was listening. Extra Bullet was talking about how it's more than one fire. I hadn't looked into that yet.
Hey, Michael, it went from that one in Canada to 3 to now it's like 10.
It's not 10. It's like 5,
10.
Huh?
It's 10. Look it up.
I'm just not sure. Would this be the wisest course of action with all the supply chain issues we're having?
Exactly.
Is this a psyop thing as far as making everything even more expensive?
Right.
I mean,
we gotta.
That sounds pretty genuine. Okay. The guy in Ontario, the idea that there would be people wanting to maybe copycat some of the Luigi stuff is not impossible.
Remember how I talked about like the once America's stronghold on imperialism starts weakening, that's the best time to strike.
I mean, I feel like this should have happened.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
If we were organized, disciplined enough for it, now would be the right time. But we've been very much busy with infighting and bickering. I don't know if we're ready for the moment.
Let me show you what. These. Wrong thing. Oh yeah, I gotta do that first. Let me show you what these. They call them peaceful protests. I call them festivals. Let me show you what they get you when you have these peaceful. Hold on. When you have these peaceful protests, how they get infiltrated. So it doesn't really do what you're trying to get it to do.
New fallout after an armed off-duty Phoenix police sergeant clashed with students at an anti-ICE protest in Chandler.
We were the first to break the news of this internal investigation into Dustin Mullen, and now new video obtained by Fox 10 investigates and shows what the sergeant claimed was an assault. Chandler PD initially said a teenage girl was arrested for throwing a water bottle at Mullen, but the video shows she only splashed him with water and ice. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum has been looking into this. He joins us now.
And John, important to note that Chandler PD did actually submit misdemeanor charges for assault and disorderly conduct for that student, but the county attorney's office declined to prosecute her due to no reasonable likelihood of conviction. As we first reported, Dustin Mullen was off duty at the time, and according to Chandler PD, his goal was to get kids put in jail. Megan Craighead supports her 13-year-old daughter's right to free speech and was with her on January 30th as Hamilton High students walked out to protest ICE.
They really were doing a good job of following the laws.
Craighead recalls a peaceful march for a couple of hours or so. Did anything get out of hand at all until this guy showed up?
No, I did not see anything get out of hand until this guy showed up.
Do not touch me. No one's touching you. I have video.
The man in the video, wearing a face covering, a hat, and armed with an exposed handgun in a Safariland holster with 2 extra magazines, is Phoenix Police Sergeant Dustin Mullen.
There was a lot of people trying to figure out, is this an ICE agent? Is this just a guy that showed up with a gun? And like, who shows up with a gun at a teenager-led protest? Like, obviously, you are just there to agitate the situation.
At the time, Mullen didn't want to identify himself to anyone. Chandler PD's report reveals officers advised Mullen to protest elsewhere, citing the large crowd and limited police presence. But as students grew agitated, video shows Mullen suddenly splashed with water. An officer detained the girl responsible, and Mullen wanted to press charges.
You will not assault me.
According to Chandler
You
PD,
get Rabbi
the
Shmuley vibes. Anyone else?
that his plan was to, quote, let them all assault me and you guys arrest them all, and I'll keep it on film. He also said his goal was to, quote, get all these kids in jail if they want to break the law, the report states. Just last month, Phoenix police announced key improvements for training and oversight, specifically highlighting a mandatory First Amendment training that rolled out last December. The department's policy explicitly says it supports and respects the rights of people to peaceably assemble. It's worth noting, Mullen is a community action sergeant for Phoenix PD's South Mountain Precinct.
He still wears the badge and represents the City of Phoenix Police Department and the City of Phoenix. And when you do that, you have to be at your utmost respect for the First Amendment rights and follow the policy, even if you're on duty or even if you're off duty.
Although Mullen was named a victim in the report, civil rights attorney Benjamin Taylor believes this was a case of entrapment.
This man is actually breaking the law by trying to entrap people and trying to cause crimes instead of trying to prevent crimes.
The Chandler police report goes further, documenting Mullen's mindset that day, as he said he would defend himself if he felt threatened, and that officers would also defend him if necessary. What are your thoughts now, knowing that this is a pretty high-ranking sergeant in the city of Phoenix?
Honestly, not surprised by it. When you realize that that person is a police officer, it feels like that should maybe go against their morals of keeping the public safe.
In response to recent calls for Mullen to be disciplined and even fired, his attorney, Steve Serbalik, sent me this statement responding to Phoenix Councilwoman Ana Hernandez, who voiced concerns about Mullen working in the South Mountain area in her district. It says, quote, the public as a whole has the First Amendment right to offer their views as long as they do so in a manner that is consistent with the law. This includes the ability of off-duty police officers to participate in First Amendment protected activities. At the same time, everyone should obey the law. This particularly applies to members of the council who are legally prohibited from influencing employment decisions. Now, of course, this internal investigation is ongoing. Mullen remains employed and is not on administrative leave. I'm Fox 10 Invest.
Well, of course he's not.
Yeah,
This is just
right. And then, so they, ooh, too close. And then they're, first of all, he said they were breaking the law. That's their First Amendment right. He was trying to get people jailed, and their response was, oh, we need more money for training. That's always the response. It's not
That's what Cory Booker
accountability.
said. Did y'all see that? Cory Booker, I'm sorry to interrupt it, Abby, dude, but Cory Booker just made either he wants to pass a bill to get ICE more training. Talking about ICE needs more training. Well, if you don't get your face out, you see what black leadership is doing. That's why I want to just strangle them. You know what I mean? Can you just imagine? This is who you're supposed to look up to as leaders. Cory Booker and Hakeem
Obama did
Jeffries.
that during Ferguson.
I want to just tell
His
you how
response to
disgusting
Ferguson
they
was to get Congress to give him more money for training.
I can't imagine this. I cannot imagine this.
You don't have to train the police to not kill certain people.
They trained them to kill. Did they not take
No,
people from the South?
I said certain people.
No, I'm saying, did they not take police from the South and like fan them throughout the country to teach them slavery tactics?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
They did, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to undo what you have rooted in your roots,
Yeah, that's right.
in your foundation.
Check this guy's social media and whatever fake burner accounts like everyone has these days. I'll bet you he's in some white supremacist and fascist online circles. They know that they can find all that out. They got all the surveillance on us. They just, this guy's coming to a teenager-led protest against the ICE. So clearly he's on the right. If you weren't the cop, obviously no, he's already on the right for his opposition to people who exercising their free speech right to complain against this illegal anti-immigration nonsense.
Okay, so check the timeline. You remember what's the little young boy that brought the gun and shot the people? You know what I'm talking about? The little young dude, the little young white dude.
I'm not sure.
He brought a gun from out of state to something talking about he was helping people protect their property. Kyle
Rittenhouse.
Right. All right. So you have Kyle Rittenhouse where they supported somebody go bring a gun to a different place, protest to help people protect their property. They went from that to the one in Missouri. Was it Missouri?
Minnesota.
I'm sorry, Minnesota.
Talking about, Pretty.
Alex Pretty talking about how you gonna bring a gun to a piece of rap. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you gonna bring a gun to a situation? They went from that to that. Now they back to something else. It's like I'm telling you, they're opportunists.
Yeah. They rely on the fact that the news cycle goes so fast and the chaos is continuously increasing that
but they
people aren't going to remember. People aren't going to remember. So they're just going with what's being told to them in that moment, and they're not. Well, first of all, most Americans can only read at 6th grade level, so if you don't understand reading comprehension, are you going to understand how to take things that you are visually seeing and compare them to things that you've heard in the past and make an analysis of it?
You know what the great
analyze a paragraph that you read. You know
the great equalizer, babe, is technology. The great equalizer to that used to be talking a good point to make 10, 15 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But now with technology, it's mute. Technology has done crazy stuff.
Well, how is it that we're able to look at these things objectively like that then?
Or maybe just the exception to the rule.
It's willfulness. It's willfulness. It's willfulness. It's people's willfulness.
We have the same technology. So
again, it goes down to the individual.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Most Americans, if you can't read, but at a 6th grade reading level, you're expecting them to be able to have a real analysis about the things that they are visually seeing coming into their brain every day. I don't think so.
That's why we need to help educate people. People like to shit on those of us that aren't doing some kind of violent struggle. There's a whole lot that goes into preparing for the revolution stuff, and education is like one of the biggest, most important things that we need to be doing. That
And
being
you know
said,
what
we
that,
need to be educated to educate, obviously. You know,
you know what they're doing in education, Michael? Diluting it with all kind of other distractions.
yes,
Like they're not teaching you life skills, like survivor skills, like things how to make charcoal. You know how simple it is to make charcoal? It's simple, but like people like wouldn't even try to do it on their own type thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen so many people create different ways to make that process uh revolutionary in their communities. You know what I'm saying? Like just something simple like that. You know what I'm saying? Like what
Mm,
we don't take the opportunity to create
hold
thinkers,
on, Black
critical
Light.
thinkers, or
Black Light.
innovators.
I
Black
agree.
Light. I don't mean to cut you off. Hold on. We gotta tell Jacqueline good night.
Have a good
Jacqueline,
night,
don't
Jacqueline.
go. Don't go, Jacqueline.
Good night, sweetheart.
Wait a
She
minute.
needs to.
It's
Seriously.
time to
Seriously. Hold up,
go.
Abby, dude. I wanted to ask Jacqueline about the tea. She said she has some infused tea, and I didn't really get the answer to that, and I wasn't being facetious, joking, or nothing like that. I'm serious. She said it helped her with
Oh yeah.
insomnia, and
Oh
I
yeah,
really
yeah,
want to
yeah.
know what it is.
She
So
does want to
before you
know.
leave,
That is true. That is true, Jacqueline.
Is that
yeah,
chamomile?
before you
Chamomile
leave,
tea?
We have some issues with insomnia in this house.
like killer,
Between me and my mother, it's pretty bad.
and it has completely overtaken my normal patterns of sleep.
But thanks for joining us, Jack. Hopefully, you're still there so you can let Black Life know what tea brand that is. But otherwise,
I
I'm sure
I want to
you'll
really go that route
find
of
out.
infusing.
I mean,
Try
maybe
not
we
to
could
forget.
Google it. I didn't know there was tea that.
Michael, are you a cook? Do you experimental cook things like? Or are you just like
He's a
a
chef.
quick? Really?
Sometimes I, well, I'm not a chef. No, that's where a lot of people like to just treat cooks like they're chefs when you need to get the actual, you need to pass the tests in order to prove that you.
Oh, please.
But
Chef, chef.
I do experiment sometimes. I'm just budgeting a lot of these days. I'm not really wanting to be too adventurous, but
So you
I get tired
you
of what
have
I'm
like
doing.
struggle meals?
What's that?
Like I noticed a trend on social media a while, like a couple of weeks, well, maybe a month or two ago.
Hold on. Can we tell Jacqueline thank you so she can go to bed? She
Thank
put
you,
it in the
Jacqueline.
chat.
Thank you,
I
Jacqueline.
took a picture of it, so I'll have it for later.
And we'll
All
see
right.
you in a
Cool.
few hours, maybe if you wake up like you often do. So hopefully you get a
Right.
good deep sleep tonight.
I was talking about this trend that was going around where they had like they got white versus black struggle meals, right? And I think it's like really funny to see the differences of what people call struggle meals, plus the way that they prepare these struggle meals. You know what I mean? Like those are some funny videos. If you hadn't checked them out, it's really funny.
What do you
I
mean
don't
by
think I've
struggle
seen it.
meals?
Like
You
struggle
don't know what
meals,
a struggle meal is?
like when you on your
Oh,
last, man, you got $5 in your pay in your
like
check
rice and butter.
Okay.
like eggs
Like
and
just some
rice.
pasta and
Struggle
butter or
meal.
something.
Oh, struggle meal. I thought you were saying mill, like MILL. I was like, what?
No,
No, struggle meal.
MEAL.
Windmill?
Struggle meal.
Sean
Yeah,
says
no,
struggle
I
meals are
get
the
you.
shit though.
I know, right? I love experimental struggle meals. You know what I'm saying? I've tried them all.
Oh, like you were making like a pad thai. He said he used to put peanut butter on in his ramen noodles.
No
Ah,
idea. I never thought of that. Damn.
He's making like a pad thai.
Yeah, I put like
That's a
bacon
good
and
struggle meal. I ain't gonna lie.
I'll put eggs in my whatever Mr. Noodle. I'll put like peas and carrots and like soy sauce and stuff like that. Tuna.
mhm.
I put tuna in it. Yeah.
Hey man, look, I think some people turn struggle meals to delicacies. Like for example, here in Louisiana, where I'm from, they used to have it's tomato sauce, sausage over rice, right? It's and some people turn that into like a they say sauce piquant or something like that. But basically, it's only like tomato sauce, sausage, And then people, people's idea of sausage can vary. They call fucking hot dog sausage. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it can
It's
vary.
pork
Wait,
sausage.
but the enslaved turn that and turn stuff into like chitterlings. Like they would throw them the shit they didn't want,
That's
and
what I'm
they were
saying. We
like,
the
"All
ultimate
right, we gonna hook
struggle.
this up."
We the ultimate struggle survivors. Like we know how to turn anything into a delicacy. Like literally.
In Louisiana, people eat pickled pig feet, pickled pig tongue. I've never tried it.
People eat
I
regular other boiled
maybe
pig feet.
maybe I have to. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna have to struggle
No,
one day
look,
to try it,
Abby
but
do.
that's
Abby
not my
do. This is
thing.
a literal thing.
That's a struggle meal for me. That's another way to put it. Yeah.
Look, this is a
Pickled
literal
tongue.
festival type thing, or block party type thing. To boil pig feet, right? Turkey necks, sausage, and you can add in whatever kind of seafood you want, or corn or potatoes. But basically, listen to the ingredients, man. You have pig feet, you have turkey necks, you have neck bones. You feel what I'm saying?
I
This
love
is
turkey
party
neck.
type food. This is party food.
Is turkey neck struggle food? I love turkey neck.
I'm not
Never
talking
eaten a
about struggle
turkey neck
food. I'm
though.
talking about like the celebration foods that we pick.
Oh, okay. So we got some struggle meals in the chat.
Oh, I want to hear some.
Okay. Sean said a Cool Whip sandwich. He said I was high as fuck.
Ah!
I don't know if I'd do that.
I love it.
And then Sean also said said my family would use ketchup and water for spaghetti sauce.
Yes,
Italians,
indeed.
you seen the Italians in their videos of hating people for not being able to prepare pasta or whatever come to mind. I'm not even
My
Italian.
God, that's hilarious, but it's so true.
Bad Cookies is here, and he ain't even on your neck tonight.
Man, bring it, man. Go ahead. I don't even feel like that. I
He
don't feel
said
like.
he said Taco Bell used to be struggle food until they started charging $3 for one taco. Yeah,
Man, I
Taco
drove.
Bell used to be struggle food, but now that stuff is expensive.
Look, I drove off so
I
hard
hope they go
off of
on
Taco
guilty
Bell,
these days.
try to upcharge you. How do you go upcharge you? What services or what amenities did you upgrade for this extra cost you asking? Like, I'm sick of them people with restaurants upcharging you or raising the price on the same disgusting food. Like, what the shit did you do? What good thing you added to make this price go up? Come on, man. At least you could have mopped the
Because
floor.
the restaurant industry in general has been getting away with all kinds of bullshit for a whole long time.
Oh, I
And the whole
can't
labor
stand them.
struggle has been all about the proletariat being the factory workers and whatnot. So then everyone kind of just looks the other way when it comes to fixing the problems in the food industry, which is really stupid because we all kind of enjoy going to eat that food, but we all want it to be
What?
better quality. I mean, everyone likes to go their fucking guilty pleasure. Let's go get some fucking McDonald's. Let's get some Pizza Hut, whatever. And it's like, that's great every once in a while. But if you want them to actually fix any of the problems, like, you have to hold them accountable, just like every other capitalist. But for some reason, when it comes to food, we got to act like it's fine or whatever for it to be toxic.
Until somebody die, Michael. Until a restaurant
Even
serves
then,
you.
it doesn't matter, right?
Look, let me tell you who got the power. Keith Lee. Whenever Keith Lee fucking had that damn nasty ass live little wormy thing on his sushi, he shut that bitch down. I mean, Keith Lee got the power to shut shit down. He kind of like a superhero to me. I ain't lying when it comes down to food. He either bless you or he give you some karma that you deserve.
You don't know who Keith Lee is, though.
Keith
I
Lee
don't
is a
know.
food critic. He's a food critic, African American food critic. That he was like a UFC fighter.
Don't give him the whole rundown. It's gonna be too long.
I'm not. I'm just saying he went from being a fighter, like a UFC fighter, to being a food critic, like he was on Down and Out, right? Then he went to being a food critic, and he started blessing the very restaurants and food establishments that he visits. Like he'll bless them with like a $4,000 tip. You know what I'm saying? Like he just went from being a humble dude to like one of the best kind of food critics, and he had went to the sushi restaurant and he filmed
No,
himself, right? No, I'm just talking
Please,
about the one.
no examples.
No, I'm talking about what I'm talking about when I say make a change. He went to a sushi restaurant and he was being as authentic and real his normal self. And when he bit into the food, they had a fucking worm, a live worm on the food that he ate. Like this wasn't staged. He wasn't trying to do anything. You feel what I'm saying? And it was very authentic, and it made a change. They end up closing down that restaurant. And I'm
I don't
saying he just
know. Some of that stuff can be a little shady.
There's another guy.
that's
I think
power to me.
there's another guy. He has like he has a ton of followers, and he'll go to a local business and
Teach capitalists how to
and
run the
he'll
fucking
ask.
business better, right?
No, he'll
Yeah.
ask them. I said a local business, and he'll ask them. You know, can I invite my friends?
Okay.
And then he'll put out like a tweet or whatever, however he does it, and people show up.
Reach the people.
Show up to
Support the business.
Support the business, yeah.
Patronize. I love that.
Patronize was the word I was looking for.
Love.
Yeah.
There's these
capitalistic at the end of the day. This is driving business, you know? This is what I don't like about these shows. There's like a whole category.
Okay, but we live in a capitalist society right now.
No, I know,
and
but
so we're not going to patronize business.
Sure. The reason why I stopped watching some of these TV shows is because they're actually just capitalist propaganda, and it looks like it's about some local fucking restaurant. But I've seen some of these shows are about a dude comes in to what's become notorious as a shitty business, and the guy comes in and like acts like a fucking military instructor and teaches them how to.
We're not talking about shows.
Pull themselves up by their bootstraps and run the business like a real capitalist.
But we're not talking about shows. We're not talking about shows, Michael.
You're talking about a food critic who goes around giving $4,000 tips. It's why I get this. That's why I'm thinking about this stuff, right? Oh Lord. Capitalism being a problem, but we have to act like
wait.
We have to do exactly what everyone else does, which keeps us trapped in the system. But let's not actually hear the critique, you know.
Okay, I want to let you do that thing you do by letting it out, but I wanted to interject by saying this. You know, communities, right? Communities used to be self-sufficient without being exploited as being capitalistic communities, right? Communities used to be able to create businesses where it wasn't about a profit. It was about just meeting the demands of the people, correct?
Sorry, say that again.
Communities used to be about meeting the demands of the community.
It used to be about
how far back are you going with that?
I mean, I'm not one of these people that be remembering the dates and the time frames and stuff like that. I know a consumer, right? Because I'm talking about within your community, right? If somebody is supplying something within the community that is, for example, if I'm a gardener and I'm supplying the community with vegetables and stuff like that, and another person has a different particular product or something that they're supplying the community with, are you against community supporting community people like vendors within the community? Are you against that?
No, not necessarily. But what I found historically, this is often motivated more from a religious worldview than an actual understanding of the problems of capitalism and why the charity is necessary in the first place.
But I'm asking you, when a community becomes self-sufficient, right?
When
what they make
happen?
That happened in black communities. That happened in black communities
I'm just saying, if we're using YouTube, we're using a StreamYard like this. We're using capitalism.
No.
Hold on, let me just finish. We're using capitalism to talk about.
Talking about first. I was trying to ask him if he was against communities being self-sufficient, right? They still earning a living or a way to make sure that they're taking care of themselves, but they're also supplying the needs of the community, and it's not filtering out through everybody or a capitalistic system. I'm talking about a community being self-sufficient, providing what they need for the community, and
Well,
others within the community supporting each other and
that's where we
cycling.
get into the issue of scale, where it could potentially work at a small enough scale, but it's autarkies, isolated communities are not exactly what we're trying to achieve with communism, right? We're trying to have interdependence on a global kind of level, not tiny little communities that manage to escape because they're not really on anybody's radar, you know?
So there's also this group of these black women. I forget the name of the group. I follow them too. So
Exactly.
they'll find like black owned businesses, and they'll all get together and just like bomb the business one day. They all go in together, and they're like, "We came to support you," and everybody buys something.
Sean, that was very funny, by the way. I'm just sliding that in now. That chloroform. That was very funny. I'm sorry, Abdu. I was just looking at the chats. I don't know how to chat. I don't know how to communicate with chats. Can y'all tell me how you like if I'm
Well,
on?
I was trying to finish my statement.
I'm
You might
sorry.
have to open up, well, because you're on the phone though, so
Yeah, it messes up every time I try to go back and forth.
you
You
might
have to. If you could come in here, I'll show you.
Okay.
Because I'm always on the phone. Yeah, you come in here, I'll show you.
Yeah, you might have to sign into something. Like that's where it's been before. When I've been a guest, I had to like sign into a Google account or whatever in order to post a comment from the StreamYard. Other times it's like blocked. You can't even comment. Depends on our settings. I don't know if we have to change something.
Like I have a different tab open, but I'm saying every time I try to switch back to go to
Just come in here and I'll show you.
It'll knock me out.
Just come in here, I'll show you.
Abby, are you inviting me in? Are you inviting me over?
Mm-hmm.
Are you a vampire?
Are you inviting me over?
Are you a vampire? Should I not be inviting you in? Let me know.
I was seeing
You
Rondo.
You can stay the fuck outside. You're a vampire.
Rondo was asking, why do you get to define everything and what the goal is? I'm not sure what that comment, if you want to explain the context a little bit.
He's probably talking to you.
Right. Well, I'm
about
not
the
sure
goal
what
of
we're
the
talking
communists
about anymore at the point. I think we kind of drifted a little bit from what we were talking about. So.
I think so. I'm saying if we are still living in a capitalist society, does that mean we should not be supporting local businesses because that is supporting capitalism? Because what should we do? Support the big businesses like Amazon and Walmart and all those things, or should we get back to local while we're still in this capitalist hellscape?
So I've worked for a lot of small businesses, restaurants and corporate restaurants, and I have to be honest that a lot of the working conditions are worse. A lot of the oppression and disrespect is worse in the small business, so that they can continue to compete on a slow decline where eventually they're going to go out of business. But what they are doing to hold on to what they have is doing the capitalist thing of turning on their workers and squeezing them more in order to make a square peg fit into a round hole. And so people are acting like they have the right to be uncritical against the small business capitalist because the big business or whatever has much more like of a footprint in the economy. I don't understand how people are they're got double standards about morality and everything, you know? Like we be holding people accountable for racism, but when they're classist and they're like petty bourgeois, we let them off the hook because we need a fucking like an ally when they're not an ally. They're not reliable. Every time they will turn on us when push comes to shove.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was talking about a community that is equipped and self-sufficient, that kind of stuff wouldn't occur and didn't occur in self-sufficient communities that made it work. It was only until outside forces came in and tried to destroy those communities that were self-sufficient, supplying their own needs for the community as a whole, that it was destroyed. I'm saying you wouldn't have people that would manipulate and treat people unkind as workers in the communities that are already there are several examples. If you want to look at the examples, look at how Black Wall Streets across the country were established. It wasn't established with greed in mind. It was established with respect to the community and to the people that it was serving. And I'm saying, with that in mind, and you're not talking about the greed of capitalism. You're talking about the needs of the community and supplying the community and supporting those who supply the needs in the community. How could you go against that?
One of the needs of the community is security. And when all of these examples that you're trying to point to no longer exist because they ended up being destroyed, the more
Who were
recent
they
example
destroyed by? But who
in
were they
Syria,
destroyed by? And how were they destroyed?
they were destroyed because they weren't really doing the theoretical understanding of imperialism properly enough. So as much as you can create a
I
self-reliant,
disagree,
small,
Lou.
isolated community, maybe even using the tools of capitalism to build that, it does not, it's not like a permanent fix. It's not a proper solution at the end of the day. You know, it's a
Michael,
stopgap measure.
I
And then they
respectfully
always get
disagree.
destroyed.
They get destroyed because of
So,
the thing that you guys always talk about, white supremacy. Those communities could have still been thriving successfully and probably look like a fucking Wakanda within America had they been left the fuck alone. But they were not.
Maybe coulda, woulda, you know, there's some
wait,
idealism,
hold
I
on.
think.
It ain't no shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's just facts.
They could have. You're saying that it's a that, no, but that's counterfactual statement to say that they could have survived had the white supremacy not smashed them. But white supremacy smashed them, so we don't get to point at an alternative history that didn't happen. That's not really scientific, you know. Sorry, but
The
So
same
Sean
way that
says,
you can't
Michael,
shit,
more
the same way you
so I
can't.
think.
I'm
Okay,
just saying
Black
the
Guy.
same. I'm just saying the same way
Go
you
ahead,
can't
go
smother
ahead.
everything with capitalism.
what's that? Can you say that again?
I'm saying the same way you said that just now, right? That hypothetical, or we can't say that kind of stuff. I disagree with that too, but that's the same way as you are overimposing capitalism upon everything. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes that's not the source of any. That's not the source or the root of a situation, but you always seem to find a way to connect it to it.
Well,
And
when
I'm
we're
just
talking
trying. I'm
about
trying to learn.
destroying Black Wall Street, the reason why they couldn't just leave them to be self-sufficient is because their economic power becomes a threat to the capitalist system itself. So it's completely
Yes.
relevant in that particular
So then
instance
you
to talk
blame
about it.
you blame Black Wall Street and say they couldn't
No,
have
I
been
didn't blame
self-sufficient.
them specifically. No, there's a lot of
But
contradictions we're talking about there, and
no, but I'm
the
saying you
historical
said that
materialism is about talking about all the contradictions, not just cherry picking. You know, the ones that we
no.
prefer to talk about.
I'm
So
saying what you said earlier was we shouldn't try to think about what could have happened, what should have could have happened. But you saying that right now, you're saying that right now is that capitalism, or what you just said right now was exactly what I was talking about. That you don't know what could have happened. You don't know what could have happened if they would have
no,
been
but
left
neither do you. Then
alone.
I could say. I mean,
I
we
know. So
can't
we
use this
both
as
don't
the
know.
argument from ignorance fallacy. I was just talking about that with my daughter the other day. We can't use the fact that we don't know to act like we can assert and be affirmative about something as if we do know
Yeah,
it.
but you can't expect to
But
use it. You can't use it in your
you're being
argument.
Then
you're
we're
being
to Coke
You can't
fallacy.
use it in
We're being
if
hypocrites.
if
Like
you
we're both guilty, right? Is that what you're saying?
exactly if you make that
Right.
claim, you, and that's the problem of our politics right now is that you can't make a claim against something and then come back and try to use it as a part of your argument. And that to me is like the most re, I'm not talking about Michael. I'm talking about how Republicans and Democrats are trying to force feed certain political points and stuff to us, like we can't see that. Like we can't see the agenda in it. It's like you can't say one thing against something and then come back and use that very thing in your argument. And it's being like spit to us over and over and over again. And what you call that hypocrisy?
Yeah, there's the other fallacy, to Coke fallacy, TUQUOQUE. I'm not sure if I pronounced that properly at all, but that happens a lot. We point fingers at each other and say, because you've been caught in a fallacy and because I've been caught in a fallacy, whatever, like it doesn't really matter, I guess, who's right and who's wrong. It's like, no, we still need to
It
like
does
I was
matter,
going to say
right?
about historical materialism, we need to talk about the contradictions, whether we like it or not, and then that's the hard part, because then people disagree about what is or is not a contradiction. And I'm saying when you're talking about like Black Wall Street, that's to me there's a contradiction in trying to use capitalism to make a self-sufficient community, because the system itself is flawed. It's like we're trying to build a plane with the wrong kind of blueprints. You know what I mean? But Cookies had a comment about that. It kind of ties in with what I'm saying. Isn't capitalism intrinsic to developing into communism? That's something that people have debated. That's where I was talking about that, I think, last week. It's called stagism. People have made the argument that there's a kind of like deterministic sort of must happen this way and can only happen this way, or else it does not happen. So we're saying that first you have to have capitalism, then you get communism. And I'm not entirely sure. I think if you want to be scientific about it, you have to probe that theory for if it's right or wrong. And I kind of gravitate towards the idea that it's theoretically possible to create a communist system without first having to go through the whole problems and contradictions of capitalism. But the problem is that the majority of our countries and societies are already, if not halfway in developing into a capitalist society. They're already there. So it's kind of a moot point.
Can I ask
like,
you a question?
yeah,
Can I ask
yeah.
you a question? Like, flavor, right? Flavor is different. There's a lot of different types of flavor of stuff. To me, in my mind, when I'm thinking about how how and then it's like I don't want to seem racist or just biased about certain things, but I look at it in a black and white lens. I look at how black people handle certain things and systems, and then how white people handle certain things and systems. And it's instinctively different. It's different whenever, for example, as a doctor, right? What's one of the oaths that a doctor oaths and some excuse my pronunciation of stuff. I fuck up sometimes. But the oath of a doctor is to save lives, right?
Oh, the Hippocratic Oath. Yeah, not to be
Right.
confused with hypocrisy. It's the thing about the first do no harm. Yeah,
Right. And that's
100%.
supposed to it's supposed to supersede anything else, race, religion, all that stuff, right? Because doctors will still save a fucking murderer, a rapist, they will still save different people, right?
Right. Yeah. And I think that's a very important ideal to maintain for
I want to get to
the
my thing before I
medical system.
forget
Yeah,
because
go
look,
ahead.
it's hard to keep my thoughts. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is, when you think about it like that, when you think about like a doctor's oath and what they're supposed to do and save lives and not be biased about stuff, why is it that black women are dying when giving birth at a higher rate? And the quality of care to black people in the medical field is just embarrassing. It's horrible. It's horrendous. It's like murderous, right? But at the same time, you're supposed to believe that the oath is supposed to be how you just said it, save lives first. That's not the case, man. That's not the case. So I'm saying, when we look at capitalism, when we look at all these different types of systems and everything, looking at it through different lenses is looking at it through different lenses. It's talking about people's real life experiences versus what's in books sometimes, versus what's studied, versus even sometimes what's in the past. Because what actually is happening is people actually fucking dying over simple things in a hospital that's supposed to be practicing the same oath to save this woman life versus this woman life, or this baby life but it's not happening. And there's a lot of statistics and data showing it. There's a lot of doctors in hospitals talking about the discrepancies in the care. And I'm like, when we talking about systems and we talking about these type of things, and when you're bringing in capitalism and all this stuff, black people don't act the same way as white people in different situations. So when we talk about Black Wall Street capitalism, I don't think we're looking at it through the same lens of how white people treat capitalism. That's just me and my perspective and my experience. I'm looking at it the same way they talk about medical procedures and oaths and all this law and all this other kind of stuff that's supposed to look like this, but it doesn't. So I'm talking about, Mike, when you talk about capitalism and you're talking about how these traditional definitions and examples and stuff flow, it doesn't fit the flavor of what I see and feel in black communities, of what I studied and know, because it's different. It's just like a white doctor versus a black doctor. It's different, even though it's supposed to be the same. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I hear what you're saying. It's just hard because we only have there's a limit to the amount of experience we have within our own community, and our community. Well, the community is not a monolith. It's not necessarily representative. Our local community is not representative of the national collective community, and there's a whole lot of variance there. And like what you're saying makes me think of like a black person and a white person don't think of capitalism the same way. Well, but white people don't think the same way as other white people, and black people don't think the same way as other black people. So it's a little bit of a broad brushing of the. It's impossible for me to make more of an objective statement if I have to like put it in these like broad kind of strokes. Kind of, you have to be
But
stereotypical.
sometimes it's
You're not allowed
necessary,
to
because
have the nuance. Like,
I
how
know.
can you be factual then without nuance?
I'm saying sometimes it's necessary depending on the particular situation that you are in. But in a platform like this, you got to be able to be open to a lot more than just what you think is normal, traditional, the acceptable, historical, all of that. You got to, if you got a platform, you're supposed to be, like you just said, y'all was talking about inviting the people from the right, engaging them. I'm just saying, I learn from everybody, right? But I still hold true to my experiences that I know for sure with black people and the black communities that I've seen. And I'm not just talking about in one little isolated little pocket of here and there. I'm talking about what I've learned about black people across this country and across the world. We are fucking self-sufficient people, bruh. And that's just we kind and self-sufficient. And I'm talking about, it only takes outside interference, disruptions to change that. You know what I mean? In a good or the bad way. And that's how my lens, that's what I look at through my lens. And when I'm
Okay,
interpreting things.
there's a scenario out here. Okay.
Okay.
Sean says, if I won $1 billion in the lottery and started a commune, would I be a capitalist?
We need a little more.
I think that's for you, Michael.
I think you need to add a little more detail to the scenario question, because if you win $1 billion on the lottery, start the commune, and then maintain the $1 billion as your private property, and maintain the commune as your private property, and everyone else is there at your leisure, yes, you are a capitalist. If you start $1 billion, start a commune, and you share the wealth in a collectively a bank account that everyone can access freely, and it's not any one person's money over, it doesn't belong to anyone over anyone else, I don't think you can be categorized as a capitalist. But this is not, we like to talk about like China as like this big, like shining example on the hill of real like world communism. But they don't necessarily have the communism that we're looking for yet either. What they're doing very much just looks to me like capitalism.
Hold on, they've said that they've said that they don't have a complete communist society.
No, right. And
they
if
said they tried it.
It didn't work.
Yeah, it's a transition from capitalism to build your infrastructure to socialism or democratic socialism.
And if they get there,
to
then
socialism,
what?
And then eventually to communism.
Right, but this is where I think with China we have like a trickle down communism problem, because if what the rest of the world is supposed to do, support the Belt and Road Initiative so that China can become the dominant economy wherever, and then dictate terms to America and whoever, whatever, but they're going to be a benevolent leader of the global economy, and we're going to have trickle down communism because their prosperity will inevitably transfer to us, of course, right? Is that really what's going to happen though? I'm not sure, right? But maybe I'm just making shit up, right?
I want to know, what's the sustainability of your example or your idea of a or I don't want to say self-sufficient.
Before you do that, can I? This is, I didn't see this before. So Bad Cookie says, isn't capitalism intrinsic to developing into communism, Michael? I was always told it starts with capitalism, goes in. That's exactly what I just said.
this is where we don't have enough of an understanding of the history of the whole communist movement from the beginning to to now. So when we talk about like the first international, the second international, the third international, the fourth international, do you even know what I'm talking about? Because they've been through all of the the second international, I think, was kind of guilty of this determinism that happens with a lot of, like, you maybe see people online will say this, like, communism will win, like it's inevitable, as if we don't have to do anything to make it happen. That is the failure historically of Marxists in like the early 1900s, around the World War I time. Okay, and then the lessons learned from that is why people are so excited about Marxism, Leninism and stuff nowadays, and Maoism and stuff, because it's this rejection of this, we can be passive about the inevitable fall of capitalism. And so it's this idea that Marx would ever like unlock this truth to the universe about how history progresses. And that's like wrong. We have to be able to be critical about Marx was actually wrong about, which is smaller in detail than the things he's actually
I'm
right
raising my hand
right?
too. I'm raising my hand too, Abby.
Well, I'm trying to finish this.
I'm gonna
I'm
let you.
trying to
I'm gonna
finish
yield to
this.
you.
Thank you. I'm trying to finish this this stream of what we're talking about. So Sean responds and says, "Would there be a punishment for taking not your amount? Like, who decides what is the amount? And remember, I support communism."
So for
So
the
he's this is the
billionaire bank account share.
$1 billion, if I had $1 billion and started a commune.
What governs? What governs it? That was kind of my question also.
Hold on, Black Life. Hold on. And then he says, Michael, I love your drive for it, but remember, sometimes you have to go slow to go fast, because some people are scared of speed.
Right. No, I know. This is
I'm
where.
asking.
Go ahead.
I was asking about sustainability. I'm asking about, like, that's what I was saying earlier. What was that, Rondo? That y'all just read?
That was Sean.
You remember you were just talking about, like, certain people need different explanations to their level, and you said you might not have the capability, or I ain't speaking for you, but you was just like, it might be kind of impossible to do, but you, in a functioning way that you're trying to create whatever, or not you, but just in general, create a system where everybody has a voice, everybody has input into it. I'm trying to ask, what's the sustainability of the communist community or system that you are envisioning? Like, how will it be sustained? Like, how will it be communicated? Because the question that they are asking, as far as like who gets to take what, like, how is it governed? Like, who's going to decide these things? Because
this is
having a open bank account
that's
where
the
everybody
question. How is it
participates.
governed?
That was my question. How is it going to be governed?
We're talking about a hypothetical. Yeah. I was just trying to like tease out the hypothetical scenario he's trying to portray, because if it's a little too vague, it's a little too hard to make a statement about, right? But so as far as I think what you're getting at is about the how to govern thing. When we want to talk about like what is the like an orthodox Marxist approach, and then what's the more
Like people
modern
that support communism,
reformist approach.
how do you
How
do you propose it's
direct
sustained?
I'm trying to say
sorry.
there's direct democracy is a kind of Marxist Leninist answer to this question. They would say that we would have to have a situation where everybody votes to elect a person, and then when that person is elected, then we all have to be bound to the decisions made by the leader, and then we can make democratic decisions as to how to change the limitations or powers of the leader. But we have to have a centralized or centralized versus direct democracy. And the anarchist approach is more, no, that's not going to work. That tends to allowing the hierarchy to prevent
Exactly. Like,
so the anarchist approach is direct democracy, which is horizontal democracy. We don't elect leaders. We maybe at most elect a council. but even a council
Yes,
can be a
that's my
problem,
thing.
right? So
My thing is, how do you
Whew,
account
you want
or
you want
assure
you want
everybody has?
a HOA. Oh Lord, help us all.
theory is
I'm sorry.
important, but we just can't treat it like it's
No,
gonna
I'm
like we
saying
can
like
just
how do you assure everybody has in a communist environment or system or community, whatever, well, however you want to say it, how do you assure everyone has equal opportunity to communicate, to dictate how the distribution of resources, funds, and sustainable life essentials are handled? I'm saying, from me, it's got you got to have a representative of every group of kind of people. I mean,
I think in a
I'm not
capitalist
really fond of
society we should be
representative.
talking about what demands are we gonna make um, when
I think
all the shit goes
we should
down.
nuke all of
Like,
them and
like
just start over.
we're going way too ahead of ourselves, I think.
I think we
Right.
should just
That's
start over
we're
because
trying to talk.
everything is invested.
We talk about decisions that need to be made by the group of people in the community that like it's impossible to really answer the questions because if it's going to be democratic or like communitarian kind of collective, we can't make this. We can't necessarily speak to what has to be done together, right? I'm only an individual at the end of the day.
But
So
how are you going to manage the
Kim,
resources? I'm sorry.
I would
I'm
so much like to change the subject.
Are we come to I don't think there's a clean answer to the question you're asking because basically we can come up with if we just do
so what's
the direct
taking
democracy thing, maybe people don't make the best decision. We just have to accept the consequences of making the wrong decisions and we learn from them. Even if the group decides badly, the single leaders that we elect, whatever, in like this really high authoritarian style democracy that we have, this liberal bourgeois democracy, they make all kinds of terrible decisions too. A dictator where they all make mistakes forever. And then the consequences, the system has to adapt. And I think there has to be like contingency measures. So if like the democracy becomes compromised of the system, then we need to have this revolutionary, more authoritarian kind of militant kind of response to a problem that requires a militant response,
see
which
what
I
I
guess
mean?
is tautology. Yeah.
That to me is very dangerous, man. It's like it doesn't sound too far off from what Trump doing right now. It's like trying to strong arm people into certain moves and shit that they don't agree with. I'm like, if you don't got a plan of how to make sure everybody got a voice, everybody's respected, everybody's taken care of with the resources, and it's equally distributed without kind of boundaries and biases, it don't sound like y'all got a cohesive plan or example of how that could be self-sufficient and continue to be sustainable. That's what I'm saying. I don't see no sustainability in the people who are talking about
That's
being
where I
communist.
think the Sahel states are like the
It's
thing to be
awesome.
watching
Yeah,
for what you're talking about right here. Is it's dangerous what they're doing, and I'm kind of with you on this. Is my anarchist tendencies that I'm not really sure as to how to guarantee that the communism doesn't like slip into what they always deny as ridiculous to call it red fascism, but when like the Bakunin guy, I forget what Mikhail Bakunin has this like saying about like the people don't care if the boot that they have to lick is like called the boot of the people or not. Some I butchered that maybe, but if you guys know what I'm saying, like that's a real problem, you know. Like if we use the dictatorship of the proletariat to then, which has happened with the Soviet Union and with China and other communist states, I think historically it's fair to say that there is a danger of them in the name of being the dictatorship of the proletariat, they just end up being a dictatorship without the, just full stop right there. That's like the Trotskyist take is how they dismantle it wherever the typical Marxist Leninists, they say, well, you're just a trot if you say something like that. I'm not so
Everybody
sure.
was MAGA until Epstein. That's all I'm gonna say.
Uh,
Everybody was
can
MAGA
we
until Epstein.
do something
That's just
different?
some answers people don't like to hear, you know what I mean? But yeah, let's go. Let's move to what else would you like to talk about?
Whew, y'all done got me in my
that's a tough. I didn't realize we were gonna get into something like that, but that's fine. We can't be pulling our punches on everything. We have to, if you want to have a real conversation, we maybe have to get a little bit into stuff where we aren't in full agreement, and that's good. That's what we're here for. So, if you want to change the subject, clap your hands.
Whew, y'all was just doing too much for me.
What's up,
Okay.
old man Barker?
So
Ishmael, how are you?
So Black Life, are you there? Oh, I could hear her in the kitchen. Damn, I want to give her the bad cookies comment.
Oh, she'll be back. But we have to figure out what are we going to talk about. We want to change the subject. Anybody have any suggestions? Anyone want to join us?
I have something.
Feel free to pull up and click on the link.
I have something. And it's from Facebook, so sorry. I know it fucking sucks. Okay. It's short, but I want to show you this. I also wanted us to talk about like the Don Lemon show. I was watching it and I was just like, oh my God, this is painful to watch. And I watched Tim Pool. I don't watch Tim Pool, but I watched him. Here's Black Life.
Oh, I thought
before I even get to that, Black Life, Bad Cookie says, I don't agree with Black Life's opinion on this, but I will die for her right to have a chair dance off. Constitution.
What do you not agree with?
We're not going back there. We talking about the dance off with your scary ass. Oh, she dancing in the chair.
That dude can't handle me even on my worst day.
Oh, is that right?
That's right.
Sean said a chair dance off, pants off, hips out, nips out.
Oh, I don't know about all that shit. I don't want to see Bad Cookie's nipples. I know mine great, but I don't want to see his.
He said, Bad Cookie said, no, sir. It's wholesome chair dancing. Like full what? Baggy clothing, twerking. Like church stuff.
Bad cookies, sweet cookies.
Oh,
you cannot
she hit you with
handle
the sweet
me.
cookies. She hit you with the sweet cookies.
You cannot handle me, son.
Hey, old man Barker.
As a short person, the best thing
y'all got Rondo all riled up.
About what?
He said he was getting tired of the microaggressive side comments and the arrogant.
Sorry.
I don't know who he was talking about.
I don't know
me?
What you thought was arrogant. I do my best not to be arrogant, but we all have our...
Talk to me. Educate me.
Bad Cookie said you got a lot of nerve.
Let me tell you, as a short person, the best thing you can do is challenge me to a chair dancing competition. I don't got to get up. I'm short. My legs hit the ground. It's on, Bad Cookies. It's on, Sweet Cookies. Bring it. This Friday.
Oh, wait. Did this happen? Wait.
What?
Hold on, Rondo.
What happened?
He said, I'm tired of the equivalent of someone having a traumatic experience with Christianity and then applying that experience to all other systems of faith. Oh, communism wouldn't even. Oh.
What?
Shots fired.
What?
I would put it more traumatic experience with religion, and then applying that experience to religion.
What?
You know, like there's a thing about bias. If Rondo's got
I eat your burger.
If a member of the Muslim faith, he's been more willing to protect his faith for reasons that a secular person would consider biased, and for him, he considers valid. But I'd say, you know, just like with us, like communists trying to dismiss their abuse towards people in the name of whatever the good of the people. There's a lot of abuse that Muslims and Jews and Christians have done to their own communities. There's been a whole lot of traumatic experience, the whole lot of homophobia and sexism and racism that comes directly from all of those Abrahamic religions. They are the ones pushing all of this need for us to be segregated and treat everyone like we're all so different from each other and not one human being, one human race being together, right? Like,
it's not just religions though.
And the whole thing about watching how like the fallout of all the church, whatever, the priests being a bunch of diddlers, and you see the problem is not universal to the Abrahamic religions. It's also the fucking Buddhist monks that want to go diddle the little kids and be respected for it. And we're not allowed to criticize it because we're having whatever fucking feelings about our past, anecdotal experience from us, but not from you. So yes, sorry, whatever. You can't please everybody, whatever. When we're all trying to defend our positions as if whatever we all get to be happy and in kumbaya with all of our different opinions, as if we're not going to have some clashing and contradiction with that bullshit.
Michael, the crash out is, I love it. Look, I was thinking about this.
Rage room. Bum, bum,
I was thinking about
Michael needs a rage room. Rage room.
My room's all, this is my rage room or whatever, you know.
I was thinking about this because we never really used the name of the show, Noteworthy. Just so you guys have a background, we used the channel Abby Do, Abby Don't because at the time when we got like excommunicated from RBN, we didn't have a lot of time to think and plan because we thought if we didn't get back in there right away, it wouldn't look good on us. Like we should just move forward. And I had the StreamYard, and I had the channel, so we just went on my channel, and it's called Abby Do, Abby Don't. And we never really say Noteworthy. We never talk about that. And I said, well, maybe we need to change the name of the show so it coincides more with, you know, like the channel or whatever. So I was thinking, Abby Do, Abby Don't. Michael could, but he won't. but I was thinking Michael could.
What do you mean?
Crash out, but he won't.
Oh, okay.
But he will.
No, I don't know. I don't mind.
I was just trying to rhyme it with don't, you know. Like,
I think Noteworthy is awesome. It's a great fit.
We just never say it.
We needed to,
and I think it confuses people. Like when we're out telling people what our show is, it kind of confuses people. So,
well, I think it would be less confusing if we could change the name of the Abby Do, Abby Don't to just Noteworthy if it's not taken already. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're allowed. If you can even do that, we might have to just create a new channel if that's what we wanted to do, and then we'd have to get people to.
And then you got to start over. That's a lot of work.
And not everyone's gonna switch over, so it's just whatever. Things are imperfect, you know. You get used to it.
But at the same time, you know what else would help? You know what else would help?
Yeah.
Is if you guys had like a jingle or something catchy to intro your show.
Yeah, we got to get back working on that. We just haven't.
I'm telling Abby Do that I would like to do it, but she won't let me.
But we should
we
coordinate.
Already have a beat. We have a beat. We have a beat. We're just
we kind of stalled.
Michael hasn't heard the beat. I actually when you weren't here. Oh, you heard it?
Because I was watching the show later.
You went back and watched okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying you need a bank.
I wasn't wanting you to watch because I wanted to surprise you with it, but I guess surprise.
It's just about ready. We just have to do that last little bit of whatever recording you want. We just have to take time on the weekend, whatever this coming up, whenever you just let me know. and we got to sit in whatever studio. I don't know what the stuff you want to use to
Well,
record
my
whatever
friend
bit you want.
Taurus was supposed to put he was supposed to put piano in it, so I gotta pressure him. He's working on his own project, so maybe we should even just let that go.
No, you are what you eat. You know what I mean? What you put in is what you get. So you got to put in the opportunity and the time to create something that represents you cohesively. I think it's worth it. So I'm gonna advocate for it. All right.
The other thing, if we want to move on, whatever, just on religion, I think people tend to want to consider me just like atheist in that orthodox sense. I've always said I'm an agnostic, but I'm sort of like tending to believe, based on my observations and personal experience, that it seems more likely that there is not a God. But I don't have any kind of reason to be claiming that concretely. And what mostly upsets me about religion is that it's stalled, like just like we're talking about getting our song ready, whatever. Religion has come up to this point of being, it was very useful in people finding meaning and understanding new things about the reality that we exist in, but it's kind of been held back for the same way that capitalism holds back society. Like they just want to repress people to cling to what's been kind of proven false about their particular God that they've been talking about. When the whole enlightenment thing happened, everyone likes to kind of shit on the enlightenment for all kinds of different reasons. It's a whole conversation to get into, whatever. But the important thing about that was this pulling away of the wool that was pulled over people's eyes about like this Christian God, this whatever, this male God is whatever what God is, or whatever. And like we, as our science comes to a point of understanding, whatever, we're like, no, it's not some guy in the sky who's mad or whatever, who's gonna put you into hell. Like you have to prove things, right? And then when we got to that understanding, it was horrific for people, or whatever. The brainwashing that's been happening for centuries was not allowed to be undone. And so
Breathe.
like the
Breathe.
trauma was more important than the healing.
Breathe.
And so
Look,
there's still a value to religion if they get past this block that we're at right here.
you know what it's also akin to? Is akin to people realizing that NASA is a bitch, a fraud, taking your money, pretending, being Hollywood, putting on movies,
You still
making
want
you
a space
believe.
agency, even if
Huh?
NASA's corrupt, you still want a better space agency, right? As I don't know if that's where you're going with that, but sorry to interrupt.
I'm going with it as to what you can believe. What do you believe? It's
Ooh,
because okay, well, all right. I'm only saying that I agree with you to a certain extent. I say that we have been manipulated so hard and brainwashed about certain things that it has escaped our ability to be self-sufficient guys. I mean, you don't got to be super religious to know that you didn't just create yourself, and you didn't just make all your systems
No,
and
there's a
everything
lot of
work.
mystery. Yeah, I just don't
Yeah,
like how people treat it with certainty because they have faith in
I
it. And it's
hate
like, but
that.
you have
I hate
no
it too, Michael.
justified reason to believe in what you have faith in. If you had more
That's what I'm talking
justified
about.
reason, like what Rhonda was saying about they don't believe it's a God is a man in the sky, but is it? There's this a whole lot of discussion. There's a whole lot of historical material about this, or whatever. They've been through these arguments we haven't even had at all yet about this stuff. But do the Muslims believe that God is like a part of reality or outside of reality? Because that was a big debate in like the Christian community. And then their decision was that God is outside of reality, outside of time and space. And it's like, but how do you have any ability to, like, there's no reason. That's just like a leap in reasoning that's not necessarily justifiable, but it's indefensible, it's unprovable. And so because it's unprovable, I'm not allowed to criticize it. But we're
is
left
You
with
there
can
like
is
a
there
criticize
God.
also
anything that somebody trying to
is
force
there a
feed you.
okay, but is there a correlation between when Europeans first appeared on Earth and the Bible?
What's that?
Is there a correlation where when Europeans first appeared on Earth and what the Bible says when Earth was created? Is there a correlation?
I don't think so. I'm not really because it doesn't really happen. Like, I don't get what you're saying. You want to clarify? Because the whole Garden of Eden story is not how the history of humanity evolved. And
That's
when you
not what I
say
asked. That's not what I
no,
asked.
you asked it in kind of a clumsy way.
I
I'm thinking,
I
what do you mean, like
asked, is there a
Europeans?
correlation when Europeans first appeared on Earth
Not
and
clumsy.
when the Bible said Earth was created?
No, like the
It's not a hard question.
Europeans first appeared on the earth like they were what we call them European. It's like a presentism thing, right? They were not considered Europeans at the time.
Caucasians,
There's a whole out of Africa thing. They eventually made their way to
Caucasus.
Europe, but I don't know what you mean, because I don't believe in the Bible having anything to do with how history unfolded. It came way after everything as a very shabby explanation of what happened, but people treat it like it's a much more historically valuable document than it is.
I know she's not speaking for you. She's speaking for the rest, like
I'm not
humanity,
speaking
like
for you.
people.
I don't know where she's trying to
Like
get at, so let's just go ahead and make your point, whatever.
Michael speak from his own perspective sometimes, but he be micro, like he be representing everything one time, and then he only represent what he talking about at certain times. You're very tricky, Michael. You're very tricky.
Well, when I'm talking about capitalism, that's like a world system kind of like
I understand, but I just
world
not. I
view,
know
right?
how.
But
I
then when
know
I'm
how
talking
people
about religion,
utilize
I have to
things
have
to
my
their.
personal perspective. Is what. Sorry, I don't mean to be tricky. I guess I thank you for
Nah,
giving
nah.
me
I like it. I
excuse
like
so I
it
Ishmael,
can
is
think
because
that
about.
is that German for no? Sorry, Ishmael keeps saying nine, nine. Isn't
I don't
that
know what he
German for
means.
no?
I don't know if I'm setting you off or not, but I don't like this or
No, no,
whatever.
no. I'm asking, is that German for no? If I remember
He
correctly,
sounds like he's mocking
when
me
you say
for
nine,
coming across like a fascist, even though I'm um, saying I'm anti-fascist, that I'm communist. It's the thing about communists
oh,
or
I thought he
fascists.
was answering my question.
I don't know.
See how different perspectives. Oh, is it night, night, night,
Niet,
night?
niet. It's
Niet. Oh,
Russian.
niet, niet. Oh, okay, that's Russian, right?
Yeah.
that's what I
But
thought.
nine is German, isn't it? Bad cookies.
Faith in self can even be faith. This is where what I decided to do is put faith in people instead of in an abstract idea, and that's not really acceptable for people who treat the abstract idea as more important than the lives of the people that this abstract idea is apparently taking care of all these people. If you just pray to it harder, pray harder, vote harder.
So
No correlation.
light skin, fair skin humans, okay, that evolved, humans that evolved into light skin, who settled in Europe, came about around 8,000 years ago. The Bible says that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Is that a correlation? That's what I was asking.
The Bible, no, there's no correlation because the Bible is full of shit. And we still don't
I'm not
actually know how
asking you
old
if
the
I'm
Earth
not
is.
asking
The
you if the
calendar
Bible
is
is
still a big
bullshit or not.
problem. We're not
I'm
allowed
not
to fix
asking you that.
What? Sorry, what are you
I'm
asking?
asking, do you think there's a correlation of
To how they
when
used it as a tool.
how the Bible was, yes, as a tool, and what is said in the Bible, what is written in the Bible? Do you think that has any correlation
Even if
to
you don't
when?
believe in it, even if you don't support it, she's asking how it was used to manipulate masses as a fucking tool to manipulate people based on religious beliefs. That's what she's asking. That's what I'm thinking, right, Abidou? I'm wrong.
Well, of course, we think that religion is the opium
That's
of
what
the
I'm
masses. We
asking.
think that that's a really good point, right? I don't know why we would surrender that point. That's a very valid critique that Marx has made of religion in general, right? But that's because then religions make the argument that
Leave Marx out
atheists
of it.
really
I'm just
full of
asking
shit.
you, leave Marx out of it. I'm just asking you, do you think there's any correlation in the fact that light skinned people who traveled to Europe and evolved into light-skinned people from when they first were documented on Earth, and when the Bible was written and started being distributed, you think there's a correlation. That's all I'm
No,
asking.
there's a huge gap between, like, there's like 6,000 year gap between, at least between when white people first arrived and then religion, the Bible, whatever was written. But if the
I know.
religion of white people
I just
before
told you it
the,
was 8,000 years, and the Bible says that the Earth was formed 6,000 years ago.
what are you saying is 8,000 years? When white
When
people first arrived in Europe? These are
when
disputed
as documented.
as documented as. That's so the farthest back that they document white people is only 8,000 years ago, because some people have it farther back as like 28,000 years ago. This is where there's competing theories, and I'm not. There's propaganda in these field of research too. Like the white supremacists have some kind of motive
That's
for
when you say
trying
it's
to
above me
influence
now.
It
when
just won't
white people
stop.
did
That's
what
when you
back in
say
the
it's
past.
above me. It's above me now.
It's above me now.
But what I'm trying to say is that you're conflating like the religion of the Abrahamic religions with the religion of white people, when they had like tribal religions.
What is the religion of white people? What do you mean?
The Christian religion, the Jewish religion,
Christian
and
ain't
Muslims
white.
more like the
It's not supposed to be.
brown version of the Abrahamic religions, if you want to be racial about it. But what I'm saying is like the tribal religions of
Who said
Europe,
it's
just like everyone
3,000
else,
years
whatever
ago?
was more animalistic, spiritual. There was animalism and animism, and spiritualism was like this tribal type of religion that we have in that we just rediscovered in North America after it was destroyed in Europe. I don't understand why people defend the Abrahamic religion so much. Whatever, they went and they ethnically cleansed all these other indigenous populations and forced them to adopt these religions, and then now generations later it's not forced, but or at least it's claimed like it's not, whatever, but the damage is
Getting
done.
away
Whatever, you
from the
took their
question.
ability
Getting away from
for
the
self-determinism, to believe in
original
their
question.
spirituality, away from them and forced them to be Christians and Muslims and Jews. Like,
But we're getting away from the original
yeah,
question.
exactly. I don't know
Yeah,
what she's
he
trying to
is.
get at too much. I don't think she's making much of a good point with this correlation of, I
Okay.
already said no, and
Okay.
then you want me to say yes. What do you want? Like, I don't get where you're going with
I
it.
don't want anything. I want you to say what you're saying. I
Right.
want you to say how you feel. I don't want anything.
And
I wanted you to answer the question, and
I'm
you
saying we don't
have.
want to go back like the way that the Abrahamic religions violently imposed themselves on, like they eradicated polytheistic belief, because they said that because we discovered this revelation that there's a single God, that everyone has to accept it as the truth, or they're not allowed to have like to have an
What do you
independent
consider as
society or
Abrahamic?
participate in
What
our
do you
society.
consider as what do you consider Abrahamic religion?
Abrahamic religions are Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, and the new Baha'i faith. I think is um,
No,
qualifies as Abraham. What do
that's
you
not
think
my
Abrahamic
understanding.
religions are?
And I'm gonna put you on mute, but I like unmute you when you want to talk, but we can hear everything that's going on in there.
So this is interesting. Why don't you? There's a different. Um, what do you think Abrahamic religions are?
Islam is an Abrahamic religion. You think Christianity is an Abrahamic religion?
You don't think it is?
No.
Why not?
Why
Excuse
would
me.
it?
I'm gonna grab us something to eat and then I'll be back. Okay.
See,
Okay.
all three of these religions use the same narrative of descendants of families.
But I didn't. Oh, but I didn't. Oh, I didn't say that though. I didn't. That's not what I said. I
Right.
know.
Why
I know
doesn't
they
Christianity qualify as Abrahamic?
because they were all created based on. Okay, you're talking about the lineage, right, from Abraham.
That's why it's called
But
Abrahamic
each.
religions, isn't it? If it doesn't have anything to do with the lineage,
I
why would
wouldn't.
that be the name of the the historical trio.
Because just because they are descendants from Abraham, they all set up their own religious base.
Just because some people in the family excommunicate, whatever, deny the other people as part of the family, they're not part of the family. I don't know. You're still tied through the bloodlines, whether you deny it or not. That's what I think is the most sickening thing
I'll
about
give you that. You're still tied to the bloodline, but
like
but
they're still killing their
thought
distant cousins
process
at
is
the end
different.
of the day. No matter how they wrap it around, we have the right to return, whatever. You draw back historically the bloodlines enough, all people, whatever, all the Palestinians, whatever, whether they're Jewish or Christian or Muslim today, their families will eventually be very closely related.
Technically, they all
That's
come from pagan traditions, correct?
That's what I'm saying. There's the
so they all were like cheating off of each other.
I'm saying the pagan religions were suppressed by these. They're the new kids on the block, whatever, and that particular 4,000 years ago, kind of. I don't know. Like it's like 4,000 years ago, the transition to monotheism happens, and they were very militant about it, right? They had probably all kinds of critiques about the monotheists. They probably had all kinds of critiques about the polytheists and what was like. There's probably all kinds of corruptions with the whole temple system that was in place. And there's like we'd have to be looking at more in the actual material. Right now, I'm just making claims and speculation. I might be wrong, but
yeah, we all are at this point.
No, yeah, but I'm saying I'm pretty sure there's a documented history of a persecution of the more pagan religions, because there was this transition from the matriarchal societies because of what their beliefs of their interpretations of like the stars and everything led them to believe, I think, is that they kind of believe that a woman should have more of a dominant place in society, but then what their stories, their narrative of what the stars were telling them was used as maybe propaganda, even you could say, but their narrative got to a point where it was like, now is the time, the stars say that it's time for men to be in charge, and they like took it and ran with it and like really oppressed women, and like the oppression of the matriarchy and the oppression of the polytheism. I bet you is there a correlation there? My answer would be yes.
I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to disagree with
you're defending the patriarchy. You're defending
don't say
the Abrahamic religions are the patriarchy, and I don't know how
don't
people
say
don't
don't say I'm defending.
No, I'm not saying you are. That's why I misspoke just a bit. I'm saying when people defend the Abrahamic religions, I think Christianity fully belongs in that category. You're defending the patriarchy if you defend them. And you have to square that circle if you want to also be a socialist. If you do that, you know what I mean?
I personally don't defend any. I'm not a religious person, okay, but religion is part of what's going on in this society. So you gotta pay attention to it and have some basic understanding of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me or whatever. I'm wondering, starting to get worried about whatever happened to Lance. I thought he maybe was just taking a break from our show, but now he's just MIA without any explanation. So hopefully he's okay. And I'll take your warning here into account, and we can find another topic to move on to again. So
okay, so this is the topic I want to because we aren't versed. You gonna keep going, huh?
I'm saying I just think he might, because people take a break. I don't know. So my first thing to do is to, when I don't hear back from somebody, is to try not to jump to the conclusion of they must have like gotten into a car accident, where it's like, no, they're probably fine. But then the longer it goes on, I say maybe they're not fine. So sorry.
Okay, so you know how the Democrats were covering up for Joe Biden when he was clearly out of his mind. So now the Republicans are doing it for. Ooh, I didn't mean it. Did you do that? I'm sorry.
No, I did. I wasn't gonna comment on it. I was just putting that up just to
Oh,
show
okay,
them.
okay. Thank you. So now the Republicans are doing it for, and I'm sorry, this is Facebook, so it's probably gonna skip. But just listen to this real quick. It is insane.
To a post that hundreds of super tankers are headed to the Gulf of America to buy oil and gas from the U.S. What can you tell us about that, sir?
Well, I can tell you that it used to be called the Gulf of Mexico. That's what I can tell you. Now it's called the Gulf of America because of me. One of my little things that I did, one of my little sidelines. And it's a great honor. People are so happy. You go to Louisiana, you go to Florida, you go to these states, Texas. They're so honored by it. I used to say, why? Why is that the Gulf of Mexico when we have 93% of the frontage? And, it fronts 93% on the United States. I said, I think I'm going to change it to the Gulf of America. What a beautiful name. And I did. And I give a lot of credit to Google because once I filed the papers, I did it. And Google Map, once Google Map changed, did it, it was a done deal. But we had lawsuits, we won everything. And it's now the Gulf of America, which I'm very honored by.
But do you expect super
I must
tankers?
tell you, I was thinking about calling it the Gulf of Trump. And I decided not to do it. I think maybe it was a wise. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking about it's going to be called the Gulf of Trump. And then I said, that's not going to.
So first off, he's completely delusional. Donald Trump is completely delusional. Secondly, what Maria Bartiromo is trying to ask him about is this morning Donald Trump sent out a tweet that said hundreds of super tankers are headed to the Gulf Coast to buy American oil. Hundreds of super tankers are headed there to buy American oil. So that's what she's trying to ask him about. And of course, it's all BS. He can't answer. So he goes on some stupid rant about renaming the Gulf of Mexico, which is still the Gulf of Mexico, by the way. But he's completely lost it. He's completely lost his mind. And the sooner the Republican Party wakes up to that fact and removes him from office, the better. Like, November can't come soon enough.
Because you referred to a.
So, do you think he's lost his mind, or he was purposely trying to deflect? He was purposely trying to deflect because everybody knows this is a lie.
I think he's. Oh, you got more? Go ahead.
That was it. I was going to say hi to the board, but go ahead.
Oh, hey, Philford, what's up?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, I think there's some. Nixon did this madman. They call it, is it madman theory or whatever? But I think it was his tactic, wherever he was behaving like an unstable leader with a lot of power in the Cold War, and you better not fuck with him because he's got his finger on the nuke or whatever. I think Trump's trying to recreate that strategy, and people are happy with their ableist and like their complete lack of respect for like the whole field of mental health and everything with their eugenic mindset, right? The average person is more eugenic than they kind of will admit to. And then they're immediately having a biological determinist kind of explanation for what's happening, like attacking Trump's personality or his mental health or his physical health. That's not really like the whole dialectical materialism thing. That's more great man of history stuff, like because whether they're a great or an awful man, like they're saying awful men of history or whatever do great evil, and good men of history do great deeds, right? And that's a conservative kind of rejection of our materialist kind of analysis of history. So
I don't know. I think he's lost his mind. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, but I
I
really
think it's
do
their
think he's.
strategy. When they've committed to it long enough, you can't do this kind of strategy and then all of a sudden, oh no, just kidding or whatever. He's not a madman. They have to run with it to the end.
But you see how it's like he never answered the question.
What's
He
that?
just went that he said all these tankers are coming to the Gulf of Mexico or America, whatever. It's still the Gulf of Mexico, to get oil from us. But it's not just about oil. There's other things that go through that strait. Fertilizer, we talked about that with India. India is about to be in a food crisis because they can't get fertilizer.
Yeah.
Um,
They're not the only one. There's a whole lot of countries are in a whole big, deep crisis,
Yeah.
right? I think Japan's getting fucked bad, and Korea, because their oil comes from the strait too. So, South Korea. Okay, sorry.
so
Wonder
I'm
where
just,
North Korea gets their shit from.
oh, I'm glad you said, you made me think of something about North Korea. Another thing that Trump has done that was not expected, or I don't think I wish Michael Pam was here because China and Taiwan are talking now.
Yeah, that woman went to visit the mainland, and I forget what she said. But they had like a whole little press
So
conference.
they're trying to
Yeah, the
come
KMT,
back
whatever.
together.
The old
And
fascist party is apparently welcome in arms in communist China. Historical moment,
and North Korea and South Korea are talking now. Did you see that?
Yes, and this is all big thing to maybe might be a
This
bit of a
is
media
huge.
splash. It could be huge, right? But if it's huge, if it's real, these things are gonna take a long time. Like I'm seeing people who are saying reunification of North and South Korea in our lifetime. That's possible. I wouldn't say it's not, but let's not get our hopes up too high. Let's wait and see which way the wind, whatever's blowing after the trade war comes to an end. I'm pretty sure we can all see how no matter what's happening, I don't think America is going to be winning at the end of it. But maybe that would be the overconfidence that I was talking about earlier with the second international, with acting like we've already won, whatever. There's nothing we have to do to ensure that the empire does not fall, because I don't want to be defending, like being all defeatist and pessimistic and defending whatever imperialism. I'm just saying, make sure that they're not like tricking us, like or we're not getting overconfident and thinking like that like we got it in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
They're willing to do anything. You know what I mean? And so that's what we've been kind of. No matter how much we've been, like our system is way better if people would just give it a chance. The fact that there are no, like nothing is sacred to them, like there are no rules they're not willing to break or enforce on you, whether they should be a rule or not. That's a really hard thing to fight back against.
Interesting. This. I don't know if you want to talk any more about that because I haven't done enough research on those collaborations yet. Maybe that's something we could talk about Thursday. But I just thought that was very interesting, and it kind of came up, so I wanted to mention it. This is something that wasn't on my radar. Okay. I don't know if everybody else saw this because this happened in January, and I'm just now like figuring this out, or just now seeing it. So in January, anti-abortion activist who led a clinic blockade is sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison. So it was her and a couple of other people that broke into abortion clinic or something, and they stole like 100 and something fetuses. And the police found 5 of the fetuses in this lady, Laura Handy, I think is her name, in her basement. Why did she have 5 fetuses in her basement? Like, what was she doing with those fetuses? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, you call this far left or far right, or what do you call this? Non-political? I don't think you get to say this is not political, right? But I don't think this is a good idea, whatever they're trying to do.
This is the kicker. Okay. Let me X out of here. I hate this about StreamYard, but I gotta do it. You gotta X out and then come back into it. So let me play this. I found it on YouTube, so just in case.
Activist Lauren Handy. She is the woman who illegally blocked a D.C. reproductive health clinic back in 2020. She was sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison. Trump also pardoned 9 others convicted alongside her. We're also following breaking news from the White House.
So it's not like that was like he was giving red meat to his base, is what that was to me. And this is before the Roe v. Wade stuff came about. So I think this is yet another reason why he has a stronghold on evangelicals, which there's nowhere in the Christian faith that it says, in Christianity it says life begins at first breath, not conception. So
that's where the word spirit comes from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spirituous.
Hi, Wesley.
Hey, what's up, Wesley?
Cold in here. Shit.
But that's the Socrates paradox. That's like, I've talked about that a few times, but when does a pile become a pile? They haven't come up with a satisfactory answer to the paradox. So what makes us think that we have this paradox? Definitely applies to the concept of when does a life become a life? When does a fetus become a sentient, whatever, conscious being or whatever? It's like the line is blurry. There's like some answers are not clean. Whatever, there are some unanswerable questions too. That might be one of them. So the fact that it's like an unanswerable question would be problematic because people have 2 answers to this question that are not maybe like objective.
I want the answer to why does she have 5 fetuses in her basement? That's what I want to know the answer to.
Because she's very much invested in this issue, like this.
And
is
where the other 100 fetuses go?
What's
Did
that?
the other 100 fetuses get sold or something? Because that is like
kind of gross
for stem cell research and also for the Synagogue of Satan class. So this is all I could find on it, but this rabbit hole has got to go further than this. Like just doesn't end here.
Well, no, yeah, that's where. No, yeah, I'll say.
And the pardon was just like a slap in the goddamn face.
This is preparing the pendulum swing, though, too. Some of that. Wonder if she was a Democrat. You know what I mean? Because with all this stuff that Trump's been doing, the anti-immigrant, the racist policies, and the anti-women policies, like the abortion stuff, they're creating this backlash that the Democrats can take advantage of, even though they have no right be entrusted with any kind of power anymore. This is just how that fucking pendulum swing works, right? But underneath that, the issue is still real, and we can't really, as a society, maybe figure out how to handle it best as long as we got the duopoly there trying to dictate the conversation, you know. So
I just thought that was very interesting, and I didn't catch it, so I didn't know if other people caught it, so I wanted to just share it, because all this happened in January. I mean, well, this happened in 2022 or 2020, something like that. 2022, I think, is when she actually, I think it happened in 2020. She actually got convicted in 2022, and in his first 100 days, he pardoned her. So she went home. She didn't do her 5 years.
well, do you want to I gotta go walk Bella there, so does anybody want to come on up? I think maybe if Rondo would like to come up, that would be great. He could kind of share. He seems upset with me. Sorry for being my anti-religious self there.
No, I think no. No, he's not upset with you. I'll go back and show you what he said.
Well, I think he's feeling like I've been disrespectful, but that's because maybe he might not be wrong in that I have developed a kind of disdain for the Abrahamic religions and maybe just religion in general. Like I don't have respect for Hinduism or Buddhism either. Maybe that I don't really think so much about, do I have respect for like indigenous religions and whatnot. I don't think that it's the right thing for people to continue to believe in them. If we have all this like science and stuff, we know like it's not a sky mother, it's not a sky father, or like I don't know what they call it, and they're different.
Here it is.
Yeah, like they
I'll tell
have
you
their
what he
good
said.
mythology stuff, but it's not. I think this is where I got that education system in me that teaches me that science is so much more important, right? So
I'm going to read to you what he says. He says, I come to this channel because I don't like being an echo chamber. I recognize that my worldview is different. I don't consider you an idiot because you look at things differently, though. To each their own. So I don't think he's upset with you. I think he, well, I hope he values the conversation.
Well, I think thinks I'm being microaggressive. I don't know. People, I feel like the
maybe he might be upset. I don't know.
That's what I'm
He
saying.
also said, but I'm not going to stay in an environment where ignorance constantly disrespects situations they don't understand. So I think you offended him about his religion, maybe.
The religious.
I'm assuming. But Rondo, you could speak for yourself.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he should come on. I got to take the dog for a walk, but I'm going to respond a little bit here. Try and be brief, whatever. But historically, the religious communities, the authority, have acted as the authorities, and they have persecuted atheists or non-believers, whether they're atheists or not. Just like as so when we talk about ending discrimination and that kind of solidarity with the intersectionality, with the critical race theory, critical ableist theory, and everything, to me, that's all unified as understanding that the persecution that atheists and whatnot get from religious people has to be fought against too. And what often happens when we express our views, we fall right back into that, well, like you're not allowed to attack the church kind of thing. It's like, hell no, I'm not. Like, Or hell yes, I'm allowed to attack the church, whatever.
And
Hell no, you're
let
not
me
allowed to
give you
talk
this
about the
last
church.
one.
Like
Rondo, he says, full disclosure, I don't understand communism, so I'm coming here to be educated in that process. I've had to deal with microaggressions. So, so he's very, very passionate about communism, and that's, I mean, and that's his right. But I'm not, I'm not, I, you just can't get to communism without socialism. Like, I, and I'm gonna die on that hill, which is why I'm a democratic socialist because I don't think you can get to socialism without democratic socialism first. So, so yeah, so I think we should really maybe Thursday we should just go through Bree's entire discussion with the communists versus socialists and um, listen and stop it at points and give our takes and stuff like. I think that would be a good show, especially since Rhonda, we appreciate you being here. But look, turn on that light so I could do my thing with my girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Before you walk away. Bella! Bella! My girl.
Okay.
She knows that means it's time for her to go to walk on a walk.
Yep.
All right, sweet baby. Enjoy your walk.
Someone wants to join you as a little co-host here, whoever, that'd be nice. If not,
Yeah, if somebody would come and join me, that would be nice.
what's up,
I
Macy?
get nervous when I'm by myself. Hi, driving me, Macy.
Hello, goodbye. I'll be back. Hang in there for a minute. Well, 20 minutes or so.
So I wanted to let me open this back up. I don't know where it went. It got thrown away. I wanted to go to this Tim Pool order. I mean, oh no, that's not it. Sorry, I gotta find it. Gotta find it. I had it up and then I lost it. Let me see. It's a YouTube video. Not much I know. Are y'all cool? Has this been tumultuous for you? Is everybody okay? Maybe we should take a little time to breathe. Woo, sigh. Sigh for a little bit. I keep ripping my hair because part of me is a little insecure about it, but then a part of me is very happy about it. That's not it either. This is crazy. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. YouTube. That's all of them. So was it on Facebook? It sucks. I'm so sorry. Just give me a second and I'll find it. Oh, it's because it's on Facebook. So maybe I should find it on YouTube so we won't have those problems that we usually have. So just give me a moment. Let me see if I can pull it up on YouTube. Oh, I gotta put his name. You guys know Tim Pool? He's like, he's L-E. There we go. Let's see if it comes up. There it is. Okay. The plan revealed. Before I do that, let me just oh, Sean. Sean appreciates Michael and Rondo both. This is what makes us stronger. Correction and understanding. I can't see it. Hold on. Is the only way forward. Those were kind words, Sean. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So let me share. Wait. This is taking so long. Come on. So it's one of those. I'm just going to pause this. Pause. There we go. I said pause. All right. That shit's pissing me off. All right. I'm going to take him down because he's not here. So, hello. Oh, Black Life, we are kind people. We are. And we never said we knew all the answers. We're just here trying to figure shit out like everybody else. So, why not try to figure it out together? We do a lot of research for the Thursday shows. On Tuesday, we're just talking off the top of our dome. So, sometimes we'll probably get that shit wrong. And that's okay. As long as we're continuously learning and trying to correct ourselves. Which is kind of why I sometimes I feel bad for talking so much shit about some of these internet media people that you assume just might be getting stuff wrong, but a lot of them I just be having a feeling they getting it wrong on purpose. You know what I mean? So that bothers me. To get shit wrong on purpose, if that makes sense. So this is, let me share it. Does anybody watch Temple? I would imagine not, but I try to watch people that aren't people I agree with on purpose so I can get a different perspective. Just kind of like what Rondo was saying. But he's clearly, I ain't gonna call them names. Let's just watch it together and see what we think together. So make this big. And here we go.
CP professor, people are calling him. I don't know if that's accurate, but a Chinese professor who refers to this as game theory, game theory number 18. Speculation as to what Trump's plan really is. And I find it interesting. So let's listen.
Okay, so what if Trump is not an idiot? What if losing the war in Iran is exactly the plan? Let me show you something the media will never tell you. So everyone is saying Trump is destroying America. He is fighting an unwinnable war in Iran. He is threatening to invade with ground troops. He is pissing off NATO by threatening Greenland. He is picking fights with Canada, Mexico, Denmark, Colombia. JP Morgan says the world will run out of oil by mid-April. The global economy is about to collapse. Trump looks like the worst president in history, a complete buffoon, right? But what if that's the whole point? What if Trump wants to lose the war in Iran? What if he wants the American empire to collapse? What if he wants to destroy the global economy? Then he would be a genius. Let me explain. Right now, the world gets 20% of its oil from the Middle East. Japan gets around 75% from the Middle East. India gets around 60%. China gets around 50%. Europe is also heavily dependent. But here's the thing. Oil is not rare. Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves. Canada has massive reserves. United States has massive reserves. Trump just took over Venezuela in January. He's threatening to take over Canada. You see where this is going. If Trump closes closes the Strait of Hormuz by fighting Iran, the Middle East oil stops flowing, but North America is still pumping. Suddenly Europe, China, Japan, South Korea, they all would need American oil. And not just oil, fertilizer too. The nitrogen for food production also comes from the Middle East. If that's cut off, where do they turn? There are only two options, North America and Russia. Trump is making the entire world dependent on the resources he controls. Now here is the genius part. Who owns the most US debt? Who's financing America's $39 trillion? It's Japan, China, Taiwan, South Korea, UK, France, Belgium, and Luxembourg, the same countries that need Middle East oil. There's been this fear that these countries would stop buying US Treasury bonds, that they would move to gold or Swiss francs, that America's Ponzi scheme would collapse. But now they need American energy. They need American resources. They can't abandon the dollar. They are trapped. Trump just turned America's biggest weakness, its debt, into its greatest weapon. By starting an unwinnable war in Iran, he's forcing the entire world to depend on North America. This isn't new. Putin already proved that this strategy works in Ukraine. Russia has been fighting for 5 years. It's a slow grind, but it has restructured Russia's entire economy around war production, drones, ammunitions, and military manufacturing. Russia went from importing Iranian drones to making their own and now exporting them to Iran. Putin's plan was that the world is collapsing anyway, so why not build a fortress, make Russia self-sufficient, control the resources, and weather the storm? America saw this and said, we can do the same. Greenland for rare earth minerals, Canada for oil and resources, Venezuela for oil reserves, Mexico for manufacturing, Panama Canal for trade control. So maybe Trump is not being reckless. He is actually building a self-sufficient North American fortress while the rest of the world burns. So yes, Trump looks like an idiot. Yes, he's losing the war in Iran. Yes, he's destroying the global economy. But if the goal was to end the American empire and rebuild it for Americans, to make the world dependent on US resources while everyone else collapses, then Trump might go down as the greatest American president in history. Maybe the New World Order is dead, and maybe we are heading towards a Trump world order.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm going to turn this off and let it play because I think this is a commercial. So, what do you guys think about that? So I can skip this, skip that. Okay. I'm going to pause it. Turn it back up. Should I do a poll? Who thinks this is the plan, and who thinks that this is malarkey? Is that what they call it? Malarkey? So I'm going to start a poll. Who thinks this could be the plan? And I can't do or. So I'm just going to say who thinks this could be the plan. Start the poll. I want to hear what y'all have to say. Who thinks this could be the plan, and who thinks it's malarkey? Who thinks this is just another way for right wing to keep propping him up, like he was propped up about, oh, I think everybody's lying to him. Like he's getting bad intel because he's isolated and yada yada, whatever. Should I keep going while we let that slide, or should I wait until you guys should I wait until you guys give me some answers over here? While you're doing that, I'm gonna go through some of the chat. Sean has immense respect for Islam. I do too. I mean, I have respect for all religions. I'm just not in any of them. But I think they all have a right to, do their thing as long as they're not impeding on anybody else's religion or their freedom of religion or freedom from religion, because that is in the First Amendment. Right to exist. I know, Miss Macy. What does Rondo say? You know, the whole thing with Black folks in America having their culture stripped from them. 30% of the enslaved populations in the United States were Muslim. Yeah. Is it just 30? That sounds low. That sounds kind of low to me, considering that there were so many indigenous Black people on American land, to America or whatever they call it. Let me see what this poll is looking like before I continue to see what they have to say. 60% says yes. Interesting. So 60% of you guys think that that is his plan. So you think he is playing chess and not checkers? I gotta see how many people have. Oh, it's 5 votes. Okay. Well, 40% says no. But it's just 5. Okay, so that means 3 people said yes and 2 people said no. It's more of y'all here. Come on. Come on. Come on, give me some more. Oh, Wes says, I don't think he's playing chess. Oh, I thought I heard that come out. Okay. Wes says, I don't think he's playing chess. This thing is kind of slow. Here we go. What Wes does think is the chess players talk Trump into it. I wanted to get your opinion before I kept going, but y'all kind of slow to the poll, so I'm gonna keep going and let's see what they're saying.
Will say to all of that is the one thing is true because we have discussed it.
Feels like
the Strait of Hormuz was not closed before the war started. It is closed now. That doesn't hurt the United States as directly as it does China, Japan, and some of the neighboring countries.
But that's inaccurate. It was closed to America, Israel, and diehard America and Israel allies. Russia and Japan was still getting their stuff through. So that's inaccurate, but okay.
The United States produces its own oil. We've got fracking and natural gas. One of the things that Trump heavily focused on when he took over from Biden, because Biden was trying to shut it down.
Do y'all? Sorry, I'm gonna stop every 2 seconds. It looks like. Does everyone, people in the chat, do you know the harm of fracking? What fracking causes? It causes small earthquakes in the vicinity of the fracking area. It's not a good strategy. So I don't even know why he's promoting fracking. Fracking fucking sucks, in my humble opinion.
I don't know that I believe that full theory, but I will say it makes a lot more sense than Trump started a war because Israel made him do it, and now he's floundering. I don't believe that people are willing to move massive assets without thinking it through. It could be Israel made us go to war and we lost. That certainly is possible. However,
I'm back, y'all. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry. My whole Google Chrome just shut down. Need to re-optimize my laptop. I got a warning that my disk storage is almost full, so I need to figure that out. Yay! Thank you, Wes. I don't know what just happened. That was crazy. Okay. Apologize for that, y'all. I thought it was me. It was me. I was rushing trying to get back. Especially since I'm the only one here right now. That was crazy. That was just crazy. So I gotta get back to where we were. Um, is the poll still going? All right. Let's get back to this dude. I gotta share it again. Sorry about that. That was crazy. I hope it doesn't happen again. Let me make sure I'm on the right Wi-Fi while I'm at it. Because sometimes my shit acts crazy. Okay, on the right Wi-Fi. All right, we in here. All right, here we go. Oh, take this down.
China, Japan, and some of the neighboring countries. The United States produces its own oil. We've got fracking and natural gas. One of the things that Trump heavily focused on when he took over from Biden, because Biden was trying to shut it down. I don't know that I believe that full.
I thought what Sean said was really funny. I don't know why. What happened there? Why is that there? I didn't even do that. Okay. Bet is DJ White Boy. What Bet? No, Bet came from black people. DJ White Boy appropriated that shit. Bet is definitely from black culture. I don't even know who DJ White Boy is, but I'm gonna have to look him up now. Wait, let me put this on the screen so I don't know how to spell it when I look him up, because I will go back and watch later. All right, thank you. Okay, Here we go.
Theory, but I will say it makes a lot more sense than Trump started a war because Israel made him do it, and now he's floundering. I don't believe that people are willing to move massive assets without thinking it through. It could be Israel made us go to war and we lost. That certainly is possible. However, shutting the Strait of Hormuz by forcing Iran to fight doesn't screw us over as much as it screws over our adversaries, including Iran, including China. And the funny thing is, he took Venezuela before going into Iran. And everybody believes this because he wants to control their oil, knowing.
But Venezuela's oil is dark crude oil. We don't have refineries in America that can handle that. And also, the companies that were in Venezuela, they don't want to go back because, which the funny part is, he asked them why, and he was like, because of the sanctions you put on us, on Venezuela, that affected us in 2019. Don't you remember that? So maybe he's trying to make up for that. Because if he is in control of Venezuela, then American companies have guarantees that they would be able to. Hold on, Mom. Hold on. Is she okay? Is she okay? Blacklight, is she okay? She's about to ask me something for you. Okay. Sorry, y'all. So maybe the issue is that if we are in control of Venezuela, then he's guaranteeing those companies that they will never have to worry about not being able to refine the oil and, run with it without losing money. So keep that in mind too. I'll pull it back a little bit.
Or going into Iran. And everybody believes this because he wants to control their oil, knowing once the Strait of Hormuz is closed, we will need access to a large crude oil supply, and Venezuela is the biggest.
Well, I think the truth could be somewhere in the middle, and it's not that Israel made the United States go to war, but what do you think about the idea that they just gave us bad intelligence? There was that meeting recently with Vance and Rubio. I think Vance was out.
I think that's cope. The idea that the Five Eyes spy club doesn't have intel in the region and that Israel just tricks them. We have complained about the NSA and the Five Eyes spying apparatus for over a decade. So we know the capabilities, the spying capabilities. I mean, we just found out the CIA can hear a heartbeat from like 100 miles away or some ridiculous number?
Very far.
They've got this crazy big thing that can hear a heartbeat and they can track you down. We just learned they have a discombobulator ray that they
that's crazy.
Shocked at. The
Like the
discombobulator ray?
energy weapons and frequency weapons and all that a year ago was like only for schools.
I hear these liberals say that Donald Trump is a moron, he's an idiot, he bankrupted 5 companies or whatever. And I'm like, the guy's not stupid. That's cope. When they're like, Trump's a moron and Elon Musk is a moron. I'm like, bro, you guys are coping hard. Now, I will say it's entirely possible. Trump's a bumbling buffoon. Israel tricked Trump with bad intel. We went to a war we can't.
Is Elon Musk not a moron? I mean, he hasn't invented anything. He uses money that he inherited from his colonizing father, his pedophile colonizing father, by the way, the father who had children with his daughter or stepdaughter, whatever. It's still fucking weird. But all he did was buy companies that had already created all the technology that he inherited through his purchases. So why does that not make him a moron? Am I confused or what are we talking about here? Is Trump not a moron? He can't even read, barely. all he did was take money that he inherited from his father and got and paid smart people around him to help him scam over and over and over again. That's my hot take, but all right, let's keep going. Pull it back a sec. Okay.
Open hard. Now, I will say this. It's highly possible. Trump's a bumbling buffoon. Israel tricked Trump with bad intel. We went to a war we can't win. Israel is simultaneously losing the war alongside of us, I guess. So they got us into a war with themselves that they can't win either. That's all possible. When I look at the machinations of global elites, I don't think that they're not first order thinkers. Like when you play a game of chess, you're not just thinking about the move you're going to make. You know what? I'm a chess player, but I'm nowhere near as good as anybody. I'll speak in terms of poker. And this is something that shocks most poker players. When I look down at my cards, I am not thinking about what I am doing right now. I'm thinking about the position the other people are in. If I do this, what will the next move be by the people around me? After that, depending on what the next card is, the range of cards that'll come out, what will the next move I make be? So to put it simply, as something as simple as a game of cards, I have 10 plans, 10 contingencies in my mind before I make a single move on the board. The idea that Trump, Israel, the Five Eyes Spy Club, whoever else did not at least plan 5 steps in advance is cope. So the people who are like, oh, he got tricked and Israel made him do it. Well, Israel did pressure us. Rubio said that. But I do not believe for a second, knowing that they went in and got Maduro out in 45 minutes, that this was all just random chance. No, Trump took out Maduro, got their oil, surrounded Cuba.
They turned off their electricity so they couldn't see shit. Not a fair fight. Grabbed him. Like, what? I love this, Miss Macy. I love this statement. Still not as bad as you two making me keep their album on my iTunes. I've tried to delete that shit 100 times. It still comes up, and I'm so angry about it. Nobody asked for this. If I wanted to buy your album, I would have. And Bono runs around like he's such a humanitarian. No, you aren't. We know who you are, Bono. Look, Jacqueline's back.
What's up?
Hey, Jacqueline. And right on time for Michael.
What's up,
Jacqueline's
Jacqueline?
back.
I guess I called it tonight.
Oh, you did. So we have a poll going. Do you know Tim Pool, Michael?
Yeah, I've seen him. I don't like him. You know,
I
I
don't
thought
like
he
him
was
either, but I just thought it was interesting to play him because of what he's another. You know how I was saying how that people keep saying that Trump is, his people aren't like Jimmy Dore and all his apologists are like, he's getting bad intel and nobody, like he doesn't know what's happening and all this stuff because the intel is telling him this and that. And I'm thinking, well, he's a grown adult and he could research for himself, right? Like he could do the shit we're doing, like us normal citizens are doing, and we have better takes on what's happening than he does.
He's got all the resources to have a better take than we can ever get.
To have a better take than we could ever get.
Doesn't have the resources in the right place, right?
So the plan that Tim Pool is talking about. So now I said, who thinks this could be the plan? Oh, it should say could be the plan. My bad. It says could the plan. My bad, y'all. But 57 at this point, 57% say yes, 43% say no. So we got a mixed crowd in here, which is interesting to me. I want to know from the ones who say yes, why do you feel that way? So we're just going through his hot take on why Trump is a genius in this scenario. So you're gonna have to play it back later.
I thought his career was in jeopardy a couple months ago, or maybe like 6 months ago to a year ago, and he seemed to have like fucked up royally and like lost a bunch of sponsors and support from like his audience and everything. And but these guys, for whatever reason, they never really fail when like the whole thing with the people are supposed to fail naturally, and it's evidence that they're not going to be successful. That's kind of a eugenic sort of thing about the capitalist society or whatever, with the conservatives and right wing, whatever, which he's a right winger, right? So if they believe in, if you fail, you fail, right? Free market kind of like suck it up, buttercup. Why is he still around? Because he's probably got state support. I actually came across him from a better podcast on the right wing called Grand Theft World. Have you ever heard of the Grand Theft World podcast? They're more like a think tank of smarter right wingers, but anti-communist, and so they draw some conclusions that are, in my opinion, wrong. So, but they have like super long podcasts. They go into deep dives in history and stuff. I haven't watched them in a long time because I've realized that they're just like right wing on all their takes. So I was like, I don't agree with them, even though I think that they're not idiots, But they were promoting him. The reason why I bring them up is because I came across him on their whatever website and everything. So it's like, what are these smarter guys promoting this idiot for? Because it's like they're not above grifting, probably.
Okay, I'm gonna keep playing.
Said no one can touch them, strangling them out. Then the war with Iran starts. They planned this. I don't know what their plan is, but they planned this.
Well, the only thing though is Venezuela is very different than Iran, and then also I would be more willing to be
What does that mean?
It means it's not. They don't have the same capabilities of defending. They don't have the same capabilities of defending themselves.
What does that have to do with what I was saying?
That if he's like a 4D chess thing and he can just do what he wants, like
taking out Maduro was because if you start a war with Iran, they will close the Strait of Hormuz, and that's 20% of the world's LNG and crude. By taking Venezuela, we secured the densest crude production in the world. So
yeah, I'm not making a value judgment on if it was good or bad to do. I'm just saying
I'm saying their defensive capabilities are immaterial. We took their oil in advance. There is no way you can separate these two actions. It was obvious that Donald Trump took Maduro out because he needed their oil Agreed. Right. So these moves are lined up. You don't got to call it 4D chess. It's just regular old chess.
Right. I guess I would just be more willing to be like, he knows exactly what he's doing and he's thinking in second and third order. If there weren't other political miscalculations he's made as of late that have been pretty disastrous for him, like the Epstein stuff, like there was no way that was just him completely messing up.
What's the fallout on the Epstein stuff? Like
his base is like permanently fractured, mostly due to that. It started with maybe not mostly because that, but it started with that.
I think the Epstein stuff was certainly bad, and it got a lot of libertarians to sour on him. But I also wonder if, at the same time Trump is making moves, his adversaries are making moves against him too. So the Epstein stuff, one could simply argue, yeah, Trump has plans. His enemies have plans too.
I also think like Trump's approval rating didn't even really move after the Epstein stuff.
That's true too.
I mean, like it's like
his approval rating is better than Obama's and Bush's at the same time in their presidency.
Yeah, because I mean, like it is true that you need the online right does punch above its weight as far as like influence in the White House.
What?
So he just got his head all the way up Trump's ass, eh?
He always had.
Yeah, no. He knows where his bread is buttered, I guess.
Okay, take it back a little bit for this other dude. Okay.
It's true that you need the online right does punch above its weight as far as like influence in the White House, influence and GOP politics, obviously. But like, I don't think the Epstein stuff really like moved the needle that much as far as like Trump's like outcomes. Iran does because like Iran, I don't think there's, and you know me, I'm like one of the biggest Trump shills working in the business today, I would say. But the Iran war is just a miscalculation. I think that the Israelis and the Americans both literally thought there's protests happening right now. They're going to overthrow the regime if we jump in now. So let's just create a vacuum and then it'll naturally happen. And it did not happen.
No way. No way they believe that. No way. No.
Well,
Trump literally
said in the post, though. I remember.
Yeah, and Trump literally said if you start touching protesters, we're going to go in.
Indeed. And check out Tales from an Economic Hitman, where this guy explains how what the U.S. does and has always done is foment protests in foreign countries, film them so they look very dense, and then tell the world, look at the people crying for freedom. That way, when they go in, they cite humanitarian crises as a justification for invasion. I do not believe for 2 seconds that the U.S. government genuinely believed the Iranian people would rise up against the IRGC. There are protesters. That's all real. They killed protesters. There's videos of this stuff going down. But this is just in line with what the U.S. has always done. We will be greeted as liberators. I'm not.
They always do this, right? They take whatever the book's called, I forget, whatever. Confessions
I thought it
of
was
an
called
Economic
Confessions.
Hitman.
Yeah, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. He said something else.
He's a guy who demonstrates that you try believing in all the right wing, whatever, gotta get rich, believe in capitalism and everything, and do all these horrible things. Then you realize you're on the wrong side of history. So he quickly writes this book, whatever, Stairway to Heaven. I need to find a way to redeem myself. And that's basically what leftists are like. See, right wingers are wrong. He went across the aisle to the left because he recognizes whatever capitalism abhorrent and needs to be abolished now, after fucking violently participating in the worst parts of it. And then this right winger idiot thinks like he can bring it up as a right wing talking point and somehow not make a fool of himself. Like,
thank you.
But if his audience doesn't really know anything about anything, then he can make a reference about a left-wing book and they won't even know that he's talking about anything, right? Because they like to talk about how it's top and bottom, not left and right. So the leftist, whatever, points out that's left-wing stuff. They're like, no, left-wing doesn't exist, remember?
I'm trying to ask Jack
Tales, not Confessions. Yeah. I thought it was Confessions, but I don't know.
I thought it was Confessions too. Maybe they're two different books.
They are, whether it's
Steve Bilko. How do I know that name still Bilko, Jacqueline? I'm gonna be sitting.
I don't know that name.
See, I'm watching chips. And I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat it. So let me go back a little bit.
Okay.
I know that name from somewhere, but Confessions. Oh, he wrote a sequel. Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna go back a little bit and then here we go.
But this is just in line with what the U.S. has always done. We will be greeted as liberators. I'm not falling for that same line again. We saw that in Iraq. No. They need to justify their actions to the American people. And there are many Americans who will say right now, we had to go in because they were massacring their own people.
Right. What I'm contending is I'm saying that I think the primary objective for the United States and Israel both was regime change from the outset.
Indeed.
So that's what I'm saying. I think
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new job and there's
of them believe that the protest would do anything.
I don't think that was like the primary moving factor. I'm just saying that was a moment where they're like, there's blood in the water. Now can be the time to move.
Agreed. And they moved on. They moved on Venezuela to secure the oil.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the poker analogy. Just put it like this. If I look down at two cards, I think about where I am on the table. So who's going to come after me? If I put in some chips, what are the likely responses? It's not a single plan. I have, again, 10 contingencies. If I do this and he does that, I do this. If I do this, but he does something else, I'll do that instead. And that's what I think is going on. There is a plan here in place. They know what they're doing, and you're watching one step at a time. I don't know what that plan is. I'm not saying that this game theory number 18 is true and correct. I will say, however, when you take a look at the seizure of Venezuela, taking back our oil assets, followed by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, that is a nuclear bomb going off for the Chinese.
It is something that maybe we
No, it's not our oil as assets. We made a deal with them to build refineries there. Venezuela paid them through the oil for the infrastructure that they built, but that wasn't enough for them. They felt like it was their oil forever. No, the plan was you build the infrastructure, we allow you to have a certain amount of oil to pay for the infrastructure you built, and then some. And then when that was done, they were like, all right, the oil is ours. And the United States was like, hell no, it ain't. You think it's a game? Do you know who the United States is?
Oh, because it was at the end of the day, I think this theory is pretty correct that it's not so much about Venezuela or Iran as it is about China. It seems like it's about cutting off. That's where Tim here was just saying about that's a nuclear bomb going off on China. And I was saying maybe the left has a tendency to try and downplay, or not necessarily, it's not our job to address how effective, like how much damage the American strategy has done to China. I'm sure they've done some significant damage to the Chinese economy, but how significant? Where if not, like, I'm talking about like mild to moderate, not like moderate to severe. You know what I mean? I'm sure the Chinese economy is still very much more powerful to keep going at a trade war compared to the U.S. But we also understand the U.S. economy much better because we grew up here and stuff, like in the West, and we have to understand China as an outsider, and they understand it as an insider, and vice versa, right?
Closure of the Strait of Hormuz, that is a nuclear bomb going off for the Chinese. They rely on that energy. We don't. So it's not bad for us. Trump can, if you want to make the argument, it's on purpose. It may not be that Trump wants to lose, but that he knows the economic damage to China because of the closure of the strait may be bad for a lot of us, but it's worse for them than anybody else. So you can take a look at, it like, you may get knocked down 10 points. I may get knocked down 5 points, but you'll be knocked down 10. So I win.
So he's doing that knowing that not just his base, but Americans in general will have a hard time wanting this to happen because it is affecting them at the gas pumps right now, even if it's affecting China more.
Right. The idea is that the situation in China is worse than the United States. And the cost for the Chinese Communist Party is going to be tenfold what it is for the U.S.
Well, not only that, like,
You know what he's not taking into account here? Rondo said absolute fucking nonsense. What he's not taking into account is China is in a coalition that is building and becoming stronger. Trump is basically shitting on his coalition, NATO. So they're not even factoring that part into any of this discussion.
No,
So what are we talking about here?
NATO's kind of like Schrodinger's NATO now. Is it alive? Is it dead? It's all coming down to how much are the Europeans gonna decide to yet again cuck themselves to the Americans, because that's their only hope as far as they can see it. But they do seem to be making actually some significant negotiations with China as at least like a hedging against the Americans. I just don't know if they, like, I don't, like, knowing Europeans and the British in particular, being English and Canadian, I don't think the Chinese can trust them at all. I'm sure that they know that, but they're playing that fucking great game I guess they're just going to play better than the West. I just don't think the Europeans really have a choice. I've also said Canada too, whatever. We should side with Russia and China if we were smart. And it seems to me like the Canadian government kind of got the message, but I don't think that they're not going to recognize that that means siding with China means trying to build a socialist economy, in my opinion. Other people, more capitalist minded people, would think you can side with China. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to emulate their model. So why is China winning? Why wouldn't you adopt better practices if we're failing because we need better practices? Or do we? Don't we?
I think it's next month or in June, Trump is going to meet with Xi again, and they're going to be talking about trade and stuff. And I've said this a couple of times. Last time the U.S. met with China came out and said, "You are not negotiating from a position of strength."
Yep.
Said it right to Anthony.
Well, that was years ago. That was with Blinken.
Yeah, it was with Blinken. But now, when Trump goes into this situation or goes into this negotiation, it's going to be a totally different animal.
I am not going to say that Donald Trump is the smartest man alive, but he's certainly smart enough to be more powerful and wealthier than most people on the planet. So when these liberals come out and they say Trump is dumb, he's an idiot, I'm like, you okay? But he's smarter than you.
But I do think like if the goal was purely like a pincer movement on China, then they would have wrapped up this Russia war by now. They would have put a lot of pressure and just got a deal done and then lifted sanctions, because right now
let me address that point. Except that Donald Trump has been negotiating with Vladimir Putin to bring him back into the fold.
Oh, I know he has to, because the only way to like truly like cripple China's energy supply is if you can get the sanctions lifted on Russia, because right now China's getting Russian oil at like a total discount. I mean, like 50% discount.
And Trump's been negotiating with Putin.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think if we see that, if that deal actually like happens, then
Why does there discussion surround crippling countries and hurting countries, and like, why is that a thing? Why are you involving yourself with sovereign nation? Like, this is the most colonizing conversation that someone could have. And they're just nonchalant about it like it's normal. This is not normal. Right. You sound like a fucking psychopath.
That's that imperialism is like the default mode of thinking, and
or is it a sociopath?
I think of imperialism instead of colonialism. I guess it's the same kind of thing at the end of the day. But when you're saying they're just talking about destroying countries like it's normal or whatever, because like that's the logic of defending American capitalism, is it's this fucking empire. You call it a republic, you call it a democracy, you bicker over this. It's an oligarchy, it's an empire at the end of the day. I keep saying that, but I don't know why that's my at the end of the day is my word of the day, whatever expression, but yeah.
At the end of the day is the blackest shit you've said all night. You probably don't get that reference in school.
No, not at all.
Okay.
But it's kind of reductive, people would say. You class reductionist.
Black people say that all the time. At the end of the day, meaning like at the end of the day, this is what it's gonna be. It's kind of like I said what I said.
Well, yeah, it's
and I'm not changing.
It's like you guys might have your like, yeah, those ideas are really nice, but at the end of the day, this is how it actually works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hitting with Putin.
Yeah, so I mean, I think if we see that, if that deal actually like happens, then yes, this is a successful pincer movement on China, because their second biggest import is the Saudis. That's not going to change, but the third biggest is Iran.
It's not a pincer on China. It's just collateral damage. Trump starts a war with Iran. Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, and Trump sitting back being like, that's what I wanted them to do.
Yeah,
Trump-induced action,
and it benefits us. Again, the Strait of Hormuz closing, it does it does hurt the global economy, but it does benefit us in the sense because now South Korea is importing American oil like in massive numbers, so are the Japanese. It's just the question is China going to continue to get Russian oil basically on sale? I mean, because they have pipelines. They have pipelines connecting Russian oil refineries to China.
There's not really anything the U.S. can do about that either. You know, they share a massive border and stuff. You're going to have shipments of Russian oil into China and stuff. But yeah, I don't know how far Trump is willing to go with negotiations with Putin. But part of me thinks that this is also
death metal singer, dude.
The situation with NATO. I think Trump is actually trying to.
From what I remember, I think I've seen him as a guest on Tim Pool's show way back in the day, and it looks like he's the same guy. I might be mistaken, but maybe if you look in like the notes on the show, I think this is the All That Remains lead singer, a band that I used to listen to. They used to be good, and then they went, shit, as happens with a lot of bands. But it's sad to see the musicians you like. Some of their music, whatever their political views are, not up to the same quality. I remember one song they had is "I Am Not the Weak-Willed."
That's it. That's him. His name is Phil. From All That Remains. Phil
something. I don't remember.
It just says Phil at Phil That Remains.
Yeah.
And his website is All That Remains.
I guess he made enough money on his career being a white death metal musician or whatever it must have been. I don't know. I'm just saying.
He's no Rage Against the Machine, is he?
I am not the weak-willed, but you're sitting here with Tim Pool. Crickets, right?
But part of me thinks that this is also the situation with NATO. I think Trump is actually trying to use that to put some pressure on NATO too. The whole, get into the strait and help out here. NATO's been essentially the United States taking care of all of the global trade and on the seas and stuff.
Maybe the play is to get out of NATO and team up with Russia.
I don't know that I want to team up with Russia, but I think if the U.S. gets out of,
I don't know that I want to get out of NATO. I mean, the point is there a possible move Trump is making where NATO's not paying their bills? He can cut off oil to China if he teams up with Russia, and Europe's an afterthought.
I mean, it could be, yeah.
Well, I think if you like totally bail on NATO, your allies you're left over with aren't more favorable. You're basically just dealing with the Middle East, dealing with the Saudis, dealing with the Israelis.
No, I think that if you bail on NATO, you could still do a deal with like Eastern Europe, like Poland and stuff, because those are the ones that are doing. Excuse me, those are the countries that are doing their job in NATO.
But they're pretty useless geopolitically, because you want the Brits for their bases, you want the French because they do actually have quite a capable military. The Brits and the French have nuclear weapons. Those are like, again, I know we clown on the right broadly, we clown on Western Europe, but they're still like somewhat viable allies. I mean, we need Diego Garcia to operate in Iran, and the fact that the Brits are not playing ball with us is extremely frustrating.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live.
Fact that the Brits aren't playing ball with them when Trump is attacking all of his allies like an idiot.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Why can't they just be good vassal states like normal? Know thy place.
Right. Exactly. I just thought that was interesting. Because my goodness. Oh, let me go back to the poll. I can close the poll now.
I wasn't sure what that was about.
Who thinks this could be the plan? 62% said yes, 38% said no. So I end the poll now. Oh, wait, okay, 56% said yes, 44% said no. So that's kind of like almost 50-50 there.
Well, I didn't know what the question.
Oh, because you weren't here for the beginning.
I think you started it when I wasn't here.
Okay, they're saying that Trump could be actually a genius because his plan might be to close the strait so people would come to America for the oil. That's why he went to Venezuela first, so he could secure more oil. And once the strait closes, like people are gonna have to get their oil, fertilizer, and all that stuff from somewhere, and they all have to come to. Like he's trying to secure the Western Hemisphere. That's why he's going after Greenland. Why he went after Venezuela. Shit like
Yeah,
that.
see, I'm not sure about that. That's something that I'm still undecided. I don't know if they want us to believe that they're just acknowledging that they can only handle the Western Hemisphere at this point, because it still looks like they're doing everything they can to contain China. So what are they like? If they're containing China, then they're not abandoning their international ambitions. They're just trying to maybe do a bait and switch. That's not genius in the sense, like, it's only genius if you give no credibility to any of like the socialist like the theory, about how maybe it's not good to think of it as like capitalism will fail inevitably, but it's equally not good to think like that there's a whole lot of intelligence behind, a lot of validity behind the capitalist theory. It's just a whole lot of like House of Cards, a hallway of mirrors kind of thing. When you really go looking for the validity and the capitalist theory behind all their economics, you don't find anything. You just find a whole bunch of grifting.
Should we take a break and play some cute cat videos or something?
You want? That's the thing. It's hard to keep talking about the communist thing over and over again. Like that's what I'm here for. But I understand why people want to pull out of it after a while, because you're talking about things that have a whole lot of weight as far as how you decide how you see the world and society and stuff.
I did want damn, I did want I'm trying to find this Don Lemon video also, because I thought that was so interesting. You know what we missed? What we missed was okay, hold on. Something was talking and I could hear it in my headphones. Just taking a step back real quick. When we were talking about the warehouses that were caught on fire, somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at the OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's house, and set his house on fire.
Nice.
That happened too. So it's like Luigi is intensifying.
Well, but we're trying to pull away from all that theory stuff, maybe. But now this, I have to do more research on this. But it's theory of the partisan is what comes to mind with this Luigi and the populism, and there's a revolutionary kind of approach to capitalism from the fascist side, and for us to call it like using the word revolutionary is a little bit disgusting from the leftist perspective, whatever. But from their perspective, they believe they have a revolutionary approach too, when it comes to actually deciding you want to believe in fascism kind of thing. But the revolution they want to have in our mind is a counter revolution, and in their mind, our revolution is a counter revolution kind of thing, or some. I don't know. Maybe that's not quite valid because they want to go back to a time and we want to go forward to a time. But maybe communism is not progressivism. It's also. I'm kind of losing what I was saying there. The theory of the partisan is like the right wing. Carl Schmitt is like a Nazi philosopher type dude, just like Heidegger, and like there's a couple Nazis have philosophers too. Go figure. Okay, they're not necessarily as dumb as Trump, but they're still wrong in about. Like Nietzsche wasn't an idiot, but he came up with some pretty reactionary shit, right? So the thing with like people not like with the collapse of the Soviet Union and then China having liberalized and reformed and opened up in the 80s and everything, there's this idea that communism is not in like the West, it's really hard to overcome, like that it's failed, it's proven to be impossible. So anyone who believes in it is delusional. So the consequences you get from that is that, but there's still a problem with capitalism. We can see we're still suffering under ridiculous, whatever, corporate bullshit. So their fascist idea is we'll do a revolution without really following any of the communist theory or practice. And the result might be this theory of the partisan, but we'd have to read fascist theory to understand if that's what's happening, right? With these people torching these warehouses. And I'm not really wanting to read fascist theory on our communist channel publicly. Maybe that's something more private I should do, but we do have to read the enemies, whatever, like know thy enemy, you know?
I found the Don Lemon thing, but I feel like we need a break.
Exactly. This would be the ruling class convincing the lumpen proletariat as far as like my theory of the partisan idea, kind of blending with this cookies conspiracy theory. The owners of these factories are burning their own buildings down for two reasons. They want to collect the insurance money. They want to put more policing policies for it. And they find a dumb, crazy patsy, whatever, talk him into thinking he's going to do something revolutionary, an anarcho-capitalist maybe, or whatever. Although this kid that did it seemed more of buying into this Marxist-Leninist kind of fuck the capitalist system. But when we see like ACP guys, they are communist in clothes and name, but I'm increasingly finding it valid to categorize them more as fascist than communist.
Somebody said that the man in where is he? That man in Ontario, he didn't have the proper insurance, so he's not getting reimbursed.
So maybe he was the first one who did it. He's the catalyst, even if he was left wing, and then the copycats are the right wing psyop. If you want to leave like the open to possibility kind of, when you're speculating, you can't be, when you're making a conspiracy theory, you can't get too concrete about it at the beginning. You get more concrete as you get more confidence, right?
I don't know how true it is, you know. So
yeah, we'll have to look into that. I've been on my own different research line, which has been very illuminating, but I have to keep it a little bit on the whatever, keep it to myself until I've finished my work, and then we'll talk about it. I wasn't able to make my article ready for this Thursday. I was trying to do more work, but I'll have to be for next Thursday. I'll try. No promises, guys. Sorry. But putting a lot of work into it. I might have to ask a little bit for some donations.
I'm trying to find some really funny. I forget the man's name. Let me see if I can find him. I can't find him. That sucks. He's really funny. It's this gay dude who does voiceovers for animal videos. I love watching him. He always says, "Quit playing with my time." In a little sexy voice. "Ooh, quit playing with my time. Get on over here, baby." I have to go on Facebook because you know I'm old school. I'm 49 now. And us 49-year-olds, we on Facebook. I never did Snapchat. I don't do Instagram. I find it too cumbersome. And I don't like Twitter either.
No.
I find it too cumbersome.
I was a Facebook guy way back, whatever, when I first got on social media. It was a MySpace, like everybody, I think. And then after MySpace was like, nobody was on it anymore. I was on Facebook because you do things a lot, because you're part of a collective, even though people like to talk about how much of an individual they are. When we all joined Facebook when it first came out, there was a lot of doing what the herd was doing. So I joined Facebook and found it to be very, like, it was okay at first. I was on there for a few years, but then I was bored with it. I started getting political, and I was like, nobody would engage with any political message you put up there. So then I just stopped.
Because it wasn't about that then. Before,
Yeah.
like
It was a family. They made it about this family stuff, and that's what people wanted it to be about. They didn't want political stuff on there. People,
yeah, if
not
you like in the
corporations.
beginning, it was about it was only you had to be in college to join. I saw something, by the way, about how that whole Facebook movie was all a lie. Like he was picked.
It was
on
definitely,
purpose.
yeah.
And they paid those other dudes to be part of that storyline to make it salacious for a movie, but he was definitely picked so they could like get all of the data from you and the timeline of your life.
Yeah, the CIA, NSA, whatever, the government had the plan to roll out the social media, and they made up this story about the fucking capitalist success story about how he had this great idea in college, and it just worked because he was such a genius, right? An innovator. But no, it was made to work because it was to the benefit
It
of
was
the government.
purposely. You know what?
Yeah.
You know what, Rondo? I was on Black Planet. I probably still have a MySpace account floating out there that I don't know about. MySpace made a comeback though. Y'all know MySpace has a whole new
Maybe
website.
we should all go back to MySpace.
I know.
That's the real answer.
That might be the real answer. Go back to MySpace. I created a MySpace and it's pretty cool. But look, they said I'm on no, I don't swipe left or right. No.
Communist singles only.
I'm not on OnlyFans, but yes, Bad Cookies, I'm on Only Feet. I have some beautiful feet. Very long, suckable toes too.
I'm not on any.
If you know, you know.
I've had that.
You're on communist singles only.
I got that Luddite reaction, right? That reactionary thing with technology. I'm like, I don't want the algorithms deciding my women for me, and I decided that I can't. Like, the times change without me, and I guess I'm just not gonna be picking up chicks if I can't afford to go to bars and stuff, and I don't really like going there anyways, and I don't want to go on the social media. I kind of make things harder on myself than they need to be, whatever. But I can't afford right now. I need to focus
and then
on
there was
jobs.
Okay Cupid.
Yeah.
Okay Cupid. Have you ever done that one? Match.com. There's so many. Oh, farmers only. Christian Mingle. All kind of dating sites.
I should probably try and get on one of them, but I've so far behind the gun on everyone else. I don't know if I can adapt to it.
Y'all ready to laugh and just relax for a minute?
Can you talk to me? Hey.
Both of us.
Can
But if she doesn't want to,
You need to get that camera out.
What?
Sorry, what's up? Welcome back, Mr. Ben. He said, "Who pays on a communist date?" I said, "Both of us, maybe, if she wants to. If she doesn't, I'll pay, I guess."
Good
But I can't. That's what I'm saying. Ain't no communist dating right now. This communist can't afford no dates.
Well, I encourage women to make sure they have money in their pocket, just in case the date is expecting you to do something just because you're on a date. No, thank you. I'll pay for myself. Okay.
It doesn't feel right.
And
to
I
me.
don't even mind paying half on a date. I don't mind that at all.
I wouldn't offer. I would see if they offer, I would say sure, right? But I would do the typical, even though I'm a communist, whatever. We all come from with the things we were raised with that are like I was raised with a Christian society and everything, right? In this patriarchy stuff. Like I still have that idea that I'm supposed to do this kind of, it's the man's role to do this and that, right?
Well, the huge argument is, if you set up this patriarchal society, why are you complaining about the societies you set up?
I didn't set it up. That's what I'm saying.
No. I'm not saying I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like men who are like, we gotta do 50-50 and wait a minute, but you still want a woman to submit, but then they gotta do 50. Wait a minute. Do you want a patriarchal society or not? Because if you do, then your job is supposed to be to provide and protect. I mean, protect from who? Other men, but that's neither here nor there. But the point is, if you want to be the head honcho in charge and have a patriarchal society, can you take your unwashed ass back home asking a woman to pay 50-50? Nah, it ain't.
Right.
It don't work that way.
A better way to think more outside the box is maybe a communist date is more. I would invite you to cook you dinner as opposed to taking you out to the bourgeois establishment so that they can make profit off of our interaction. And then I can provide for you as a man, right? But then we'd have to be comfortable with you coming in a more intimate space. Exactly. Yeah.
So coming in your space. So I would say as a first date, you would ask them to come to a picnic and you would make the food for a picnic.
That's some sublation right there.
Yeah. But to come to your house, I don't really like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so I'm about to play some cute little videos.
Cookie's being bad as usual.
What's Cookie saying?
He's saying, "Ladies, I can afford a date, but you gotta come do my laundry. I buy you stinky ass Cheesecake Factory that'll make you fart, and I get my t-shirts washed and folded." Hard to argue. I don't know.
Right.
Anyway, yeah.
Exactly. Okay, here we go.
Hello? You need to get that camera out my face.
You can't?
Yeah.
You don't like the camera, do you?
No.
You don't? You hate it?
I don't like it.
Do you hate the camera?
The camera's not the one getting on my nerves.
Huh?
I didn't say nothing.
Where are you going? You gonna put your back towards me?
Yeah.
Oh, you hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Mimi. Look at mommy. Look at mommy. Look at mommy.
What?
There, you're such a pretty boy. You're not gonna talk?
I thought the cat was annoying, but you get on my nerves, lady.
Oh my goddamn nerves,
Come on, John,
lady.
let's open your bird box.
That's not my Amazon order. What's that?
It says the squirrels.
Squirrels. They got squirrels in there? Let me see. Let me see.
This?
Give it to me. Let me see.
What is that, Tana?
Let it go.
What's that?
Run, squirrel.
What else in the box? What's this, Mama?
This ain't no doggone squirrel.
What's it? Tana.
What?
Did you just throw your toy?
Mm-hmm.
What's this, Mama?
Mm-hmm. It's not a squirrel.
What is it?
What it smell like?
It smells like it's made in China.
Let me see. Give it up. Give it up.
Sounds like it's made in China.
What you got, Tana?
These are funny. These people are
Hey, squirrels ain't blue. I can see blue.
Really, with the toys?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
DNA. This is for.
No, your pet DNA. Like where they from? Girl, y'all be doing too much sometimes. If you don't let that pet be happy just to have a house, and now y'all doing all it. What they gonna get reparations? You trying to get the genealogy of a goddamn?
Well,
Wait a minute.
remember the people who care more about dogs than people?
The
I ran
people,
into a guy on the
yes.
street the other day who said
This
that
is
to me. Literally,
crazy.
he was like, I was walking Belle, and he was like, thought she was so beautiful, and he's just like, man, I love dogs so much more than like people and everything. It's like, what? I'm a person too. Like, what do you think that's gonna? Why would I vibe with that?
They'll step over you to save a dog. Wait a minute.
He was
I'm
a
whole
white
human
bald
being
man.
here.
No
Yeah,
no
no
correlation.
coincidence.
What's this for? We're going to test your DNA.
I already know my DNA. I got wolf in my family.
Let's see.
I got room
Quirky,
for my family.
yummy is chicken recipe.
Yeah, more like yucky yummy.
See?
Huh? What you say?
Nothing.
Yes, you did.
I didn't.
You did.
I didn't.
I heard you.
I didn't.
You did.
I
You
did.
said
No,
something.
I didn't. Boy,
Why you yelling?
told you I wasn't talking to you.
You just did. Who you talking to?
A stray dog?
Roof you.
Yeah.
Take that
Nope.
back. Run.
It's called dwarfism.
All right.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay.
So you don't grow?
Yeah.
How tall?
5.
5 what?
Dog
Huh?
sizes.
Huh?
5 dog sizes.
All right.
I'm confused because he usually. Let me see if I could. Maybe he evolved over time. Let me see.
I don't know what that last one. is.
Keegan really enjoys telling people that she was a St. Jude patient.
Commercial.
Gotta talk
She
about
really-
people, and here
Fight
we
you
go.
sometimes. You need to play it. Chip and curse. Is that good? That's good? Okay, you grab that toy. I'm gonna grab a toy over here. Wait, they're not over.
This is not him. Wait, hold on. This must
someone
be when he first started. Because then he started doing stuff like this. Let me see.
They stop.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, stop, boy. Oh, you're so sweet to me. I love the way he makes me feel. Because I am a reflection of him. Because he is so fly. Babe, stop. I'm so embarrassed. You're making me blush. Stop playing on my tag. Bye. Oh, let me roll over so I can give you all I got. Give you my best shot. Man, you so good to me. Oh, I love you. He loves me. It's special. Playing on my time. They stop.
Now that's the dude I know.
I like how they're like able to look at a scene like that and come up with a script that like seems really fitting for the emotional behavior of the dog. You know, it's very clever.
Yeah, that's the one I know. Let me see. So I gotta go to a year. I guess see, like when you go 7 years, he wasn't talking like that. But then he started. So here's a year ago. Let me see.
Any artist who doesn't hone their craft, what kind of artist are they?
Hey,
I'd say this is art.
how you doing?
Type of art.
Doing good, nice and comfy. Want to know something crazy? I could murder
Oh no,
you right now.
there's somebody else.
Could grate your face like a block of cheese. Remember
Seen
that?
this video too,
Yep,
by
it's
the way.
moving. I see it moving. Yeah,
The
yeah.
problem
it's
is you
moving.
watch enough of these, they're all get to be repeating after a while.
I like this guy. Um, his name is DePaul. So is this him? No, that's Rockstar. So I need to go to DePaul. So maybe that's why. He might not have he might only be on Facebook. Maybe that's Here we go. Yeah, he's funny. See, these are shorts. I was hoping to find something longer, but here we go.
I get so weak in the knees. I can hardly sleep. I lose all control. Oh, boy, you know how to hold me. You never play with my time. You knocked me right off of my feet. Oh, yes, you knocked me off my feet. I can't wait to give all my girls this tea. I can't explain why your love makes me weak. I get.
Lizards need to
funny.
learn how to make the evolutionary jump to humping.
Rondo said good night. Okay, so are we
Are we wrapping it
should
up?
we I wanted to show this Don Lemon thing. Good night, Rondo. Peace, 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 fam. Rondo
Good night.
said he don't want to see no damn animal videos. So I want to play Don Lemon now, if you would indulge me for a second, because I just thought it was so interesting how let me see where I can start it. Maybe it's here. Yeah. Because the people who like really pay attention to him, if you look at his hold on. If you look at his the comments, the people that are commenting, oh my gosh. I think this is the one because he keeps wearing a white t-shirt, so and I watched it live, so I think this might be the one. But the people who are commenting are just straight Democrats for sure. And they are like all in with the vote blue harder, and he's like showing his registration card. I made sure my registration card was in order, and
So is that what he's saying, that the Christian base is turning on Trump by stampeding over to the Democratic Party, or what? This is what I've been criticizing the Christian community about. I mean, like personally with my parents and stuff.
I think he's talking about the evangelical Christian.
But what I'm saying to the Christian community, even publicly here, I'll say it again, like what the Christian Zionists are doing, supporting and pushing, their agenda has to be confronted.
Peace, Rocco. Sorry.
You can't. I don't think that they can be claiming. They like to claim that they're Christians and that the Christian Zionists are like. They can say that they're not like following Jesus or whatever, but they're not doing anything to stop them make this genocide happen. So how does that fit with their Christian values and stuff? So they have to be more there has to be a more militant kind of Christian response to this Zionist. Like there has to be a Christian anti-Zionist movement that has to be effective. They can't be on the back foot saying it's God's will kind of crap. Like
I think this will be our last little thing unless you had something. But if anybody wants to join, come up and say
not all
hello.
Christians are Zionists, and the ones that are not need to defend their faith if they think that it. Because over time, if the Zionists have their way, all Christians will be Zionists, whether there are outliers, whatever, who like your anti-Zionism may die with you if we don't win the fight. That might be the problem,
Yeah, I hope this is the right video. Let me see.
About these people, mothers disown their kids because the kids didn't believe that they should be following this Jim Jones guy. Kids disown their parents. Husbands disown their wives.
Oh, I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me go forward.
Well, Ismail saying I'm wrong, and he's Muslim for the record. The difference there is like Christians are in decline and the Muslims are not, and so I think the Christians have a time constraint. Maybe things will change; they'll start growing again. But if the decline is permanent, then they're going to be running out of believers to carry on the flag.
I don't even think this is it. I apologize. See,
that's all right. We'll take some time to find what were you looking for?
I don't think this is it because it was like a live show, and he had on a white, just like a white tee. He was sniffling. He was a little sick. I don't think this is it, but the purpose was I was trying to show how he was still like beating that drum of So it was a live show. Let me see. And I think I watched it like the day ago, 2 days ago, maybe. Maybe it was 2 days ago. He was still beating the drum of, is it this one maybe? Nope. It's wrong shirt. Wrong shirt. Wrong shirt.
I do think that little dog was trying to do to that big dog what you think it was trying to do. I think we were thinking the same thing, maybe.
Yeah. It's either this one or this one. No, or this one. I just can't remember. Let me see.
Well, I guess we're going to have to roll the dice.
Yeah, we might have to. Well, but it was something specific. Okay. No, that's the one I was on. So maybe it was this one. Maybe. The whole point was I was trying to show how he was continuously like.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work.
Sorry.
That's not a good sound. That grating nails on the chalkboard sound. Not my favorite sound.
He was continuously trying to corral people back to the Democratic Party. Oh, it is this one. This is the one.
Right, that's another development. The Hungarian Viktor Orban is ousted. So, oh no, I won't have to hear about him as much. Not that this dude replacing him is a good news for Hungary, or it's just that the news reporting of the capitalist system is pretty miserable because it's like, oh, they got rid of this right-wing guy. Oh, they got a new right-wing guy installed. So much has changed.
Mm-hmm. My entire point to show this is how he, how they say, you know, they left independent media. But are you really independent when, I mean, I guess you are now, but your purpose is the same. It is to corral people back to the Democratic Party. Because all he could talk about was voting. Like, we have to vote. We have to vote.
That's one of the ways to see if he's an op, is if he can't seem to stop being obsessive about this narrative, you know. And I think
should we bring
nails on a chalkboard does not sound slightly better to me. But thank you very much. Chalkboard.
President J.D. Vance just came off of failed talks with Iran. That capped off J.D. Vance's week of losing on his European tour. One of his closest ideological allies has lost power. J.D. Vance's favorite dictator, and Donald Trump's as well, Viktor Orban, well, one of Donald Trump's, has been voted out of office by the people of Hungary.
Orban and Putin were very close, so this is bad news for the Kremlin. And what's significant here is the scale of Orban's defeat. His opponent, Peter Magyar, winning in a landslide, taking more than 2/3 of the seats in the Hungarian parliament. Magyar overnight telling supporters, "Together we overthrew the Hungarian regime." And the new prime minister is now promising to repair relations with the European Union. And that comes just days after US Vice President J.D. Vance campaigned in Budapest alongside Orban, with both men attacking the EU. Magyar's victory is also likely to free up a $100 billion European loan for Ukraine. So this matters for Russia's war. And President Trump was heaping praise on Orban in the run-up to the vote. So this is a setback for the president's goal of more MAGA-style politics here in Europe.
Yes, in a landslide.
And so the pendulum towards the Democrats starts in Europe and
put
finishes
Vance
in
out on the
America.
campaign trail so he can talk fast and say nothing.
Yeah, so it's just going back to so it's still a duopoly. Okay, great. So exciting.
Put him out there. By the way,
no, actually, that's a good point. If you want to pause it real quick. I think this whole thing about what's Europe doing.
Real bad.
I'm just saying, what's Europe and Canada and them doing? Or what is their plan? Maybe they're literally still trying to see what happens when they get a Democratic administration in, and then they can mend ties with the West again. But if they get another Trump-style Republican, or whatever, then they're going to have to break ties or whatever, and it's going to be disastrous for the West in general. They're going to play this stupid seesaw game when it's broken, but we'll see what happens.
It's unprecedented for especially a vice president, but a U.S. politician to go to another country and campaign for a dictator. It's ridiculous. And by the way, ladies and some gentlemen, I've read all your social media, not all social media, but I've read a lot of your social media, and they're like, Hungary's new president is a hottie, I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to him, but hey, look, at least he's not a dictator. Orban is known for waging war on the press, purging the government of non-loyalists. Sound familiar? Going after universities. Sound familiar? And cozying up to Putin. J.D. Vance loves to credit him with completing the de-Ba'athification of the government, going after bureaucrats, and also policies to encourage family formation. It is the Project 2025 playbook. But look at the joy in the streets after the ideology was defeated. Look at that. Look at that. Despite Orban's attempts to rig the system in his own favor. Now, don't you think that is a lesson for us here in the United States?
Here we go, cherry picking the crowds that we
so
think
overwhelming that they couldn't claim fraud or it was rigged or the election was stolen. They might still try to, but it is obvious that it's not. Look at all the people who took to the streets. It is crazy.
Isn't that what the streets look like when Obama won?
I just think about the streets in Iran full of the pro-Iranian protesters. That's not significant when that's not the kind of conclusions that they want drawn by the public. So, but this one, they really think sells the narrative. So how many people in the crowd are paid is often the kind of, it's hard to pay that many people. That's a pretty big crowd, right? But this is like,
I don't think it's paying. I think
no, when you get this backlash that's happening because Orban's being all buddy with Trump and Israel and everything, people don't like fascism, but they don't learn enough that they really don't believe that the European Union, whatever the other side of their duopoly, is just as fascist. They honestly can't come to terms with it. That's the problem with the working class in Europe. Some of them, there's lots of them that do know the problem, but they're not voting, right? Like these people in the crowd.
Yeah. Jackson, I think it looks more like when Biden won. I mean, not Biden, Obama won, but I don't remember what it looked like when Biden won, actually. I wasn't, whatever, I don't know. I was off the duopoly train by then, so I didn't care so much.
The support for the Ukraine war is the other factor here, with Hungary being so close to Ukraine and Orban being very pro-Russia. There's a lot of people, maybe even if they support Ukraine or not, they don't like, if the people who want to be anti-war, Hungary first in Hungary, that means not being as pro-Russia as maybe Orban has been saying. The same way it's like in the U.S., it's like means America first means not being so pro-Israel kind of thing. Because Orban's pro-Israel and pro-Russia, and this is that uncomfortable nexus that people the people who like to say we need to work with the right, I want to deny how it doesn't work when the type of people on the right they want to work with are the people who celebrate Orban when we're so against Israel. When Orban and Putin are not so against Israel, that's a problem for us, obviously.
Oh, I just thought about this. Another theory about why Trump is trashing NATO is so the United States could leave NATO so they could attack Turkey on Israel's behalf. So that's just a little nugget to throw out there. But go ahead.
Yeah, I keep wondering what's going to happen with Turkey. I'm not sure, but they've been very subservient so far, but they are the most likely candidate to actually break away from Europe when the time is right. But they've been very much a lapdog of the U.S. for a very long time.
Hungarians chanting, Russians go home.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, wait, I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Here we go.
You know,
Okay.
And then here is a new president who some people call a hottie, patati. Here's his victory speech.
A snack.
Nem leszünk következmények nélküli ország. Akik meglopták az országot, azoknak vállalniuk kell a felelősséget.
Look, this could be us. You see this?
Meritocracy. There, you notice all the young faces? What's that?
This is why I wanted to play this, so you could see the comments of the people. Damn, where'd it go? Let me see. Here it is. This could be us in 2028.
Oh,
but y'all pay attention. Y'all pay attention to the comments, because here they're going to start flowing.
The ones that the Don Lemon and them put up, it's more likely that they're putting a planted comment than on a channel like ours. We don't have plants in our audience that are.
I mean, there's a ton of people, liberals that are still in existence in this country, and I just want you to see their comments, because this is so interesting to me, which lets us know we still have an uphill battle. You know what I mean?
I was just saying about
I'm
the
still
young
jealous.
Patati. Like, they've learned the lesson superficially about a gerontocracy to put putting a black face in high place or whatever. They're putting a young face in high place because the young people are upset with old people running everything when they fucking got dementia and shit. But this man obviously is still a puppet controlled by the very same old people who are not going to give up power.
Yeah, I think I can't remember what the other comment said. Oh, I'm so jealous. Now this one, we need to do this in November. You see what I'm saying? And it's gonna keep going.
Harder. You can do it.
A huge lesson for the U.S.
Yeah, look, they voted hard enough. We can do it too.
Akik gyűlöletet szítottak magyar és magyar között,
Yes!
felelősséget kell vállalniuk. Akik elárulták az országot, azoknak felelősséget kell vállalniuk. A Tisza kormány felszabadítja az igazságszolgáltatást, létrehozza a Nemzeti Vagyon Visszaszerzési és Védelmi Hivatalt.
Wow. Okay, so he's going to take back the judiciary. He's going to protect the people. I mean, come on. The office will be staffed by the best lawyers and investigators in the country.
That sounds like Trump.
Take note, United States. Supporters celebrate the opposition's win in a landslide in Hungary's election with a landslide. Listen.
16 years, almost in an autocratic regime, and it's a really big impact on Europe, the way that this prime minister has supported Russia and has the eyes of the US all over it. And this is a really big moment for Europe.
The world is fighting back.
And especially for the Hungarian people. I think they have suffered too long under this government, and now it's time for a change.
I want this so bad here against Trump.
It certainly means, though, it's change.
I have
Much
chills.
needed change after 16 years of the same ruling.
Karen
it's about
says
to
she has
change now.
chills.
Yeah.
Yes. Now.
Yes.
Don't get too excited real quickly. I did, because I see 2026 November and I see 2028. That's got 2028 written all over it.
Look.
Those glasses, doesn't he?
Look at him. Look at him.
It's time for a pre-party. We're gonna get our own double jerk off dance going.
Yeah,
it's time, but we're gonna pregame because
What you say?
So,
you heard that laugh, like, bro.
Any podcaster should, well, I guess a straight podcaster would want to avoid trying to do that gesture he just did with a double hand slobbering.
He said we're gonna get our own hand gesture going.
I'm just saying, rewind it a minute. He's doing this.
He's doing the Trump thing.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
He said we were gonna get our own Trump dance going. Why? I don't get it. Okay, I'll rewind it a little bit. Okay.
I don't know which way Don Lemon leans, but I'm sure
you know which way he leans.
No, I mean that's what it seems like, right? But I don't know what publicly he would claim. Does he claim to be openly gay or anything?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right.
He's
Yeah.
married to a man.
No. Yeah. I don't know anything about. I don't care to know everything about these. That's what I'm
He's
saying.
married
People
to
are
a
more
man.
invested in the mainstream media than they act like. It's like, why do we care what comes? Why are we hanging on every word they say?
I wonder if his husband is Jewish. I looked that up. Wait,
like,
let me go ahead and play.
Yeah.
He's so excited.
It's time for a pre-party. We're gonna get our own double jerk off dance going. It's time, but we're gonna pregame.
Open about it
because we're gonna get all of our friends. But
that's the difference between the Democrats. They're not in the closet.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Sorry.
A complete AI creation.
Sorry, what?
That's one of the only differences, like between the Democrats and the Republicans, is that the Democrats are openly gay and the Republicans they still have to maintain that it's not okay. But,
right, exactly.
Yeah.
His Tim Malone was his name. Let me see if I could find out. I don't know if he has his own Wikipedia. Let me see.
Some of us straight guys don't have as much of a gaydar as the gay people. Doesn't that make sense? Right? I'm not looking at it like, oh, I read him like as a gay. I'm a gay guy a mile away, but because he like the independent, like the mainstream media people going to independent media, they're all like they suck up to power in that way. So then it kind of seem to me like that kind of confuses,
Don Lemon is from my city, by the way. And it says on his Wikipedia that his political party is independent. Okay. But anyway, let me hit play.
I whipped out.
Look at this shit. Look at this
my
shit.
voter registration card the other day. Yesterday, just to make sure that everything was right there.
Did you now?
This is the back, so you can't really tell. Attention, voter. If you still reside at the address in 1, you can continue to vote at the polling place shown in 3. And guess what? I'm going to call to make sure. And you should make sure yours, or I'm going to go online to say, yep, I'm going to make sure this is my voter registration card. I'm registered to vote here. My middle initial. Okay, my middle initial is on the voter registration. Now let me check my passport. Let me check my social. Let me check my driver's license to make sure that everything matches. My first name, middle name, if it's on there, initial, if it's on there. If it's not, last name. And you should be doing the same damn thing. Okay?
Do the same damn thing.
This is you have I have a wallet size one too. But there it is. The phone number's on there. The website's on there. You can you just go check yours out. Check it out. And yes, the timing here does make this sweeter because it looks like JD Vance.
That he's making the point, and then they got to put the planted comment, everyone must vote. No, everyone must stop voting right now. Even if you believe in voting, you have to do a moratorium on voting until you can, like we need a revolution or we need revolutionary reform. And I don't think we're getting that fucking revolutionary reform. Okay.
His husband is a luxury real estate agent.
Yeah, the kind of people who will say anything to your face while completely doing everything to engineer making money off your back. I have no respect for real estate people. I probably never will. Same thing with the lawyers, right? Maybe that's bigotry from my end. But you guys are not proving me wrong in the real estate business. Canada, whatever, we have a real big problem with the housing bubble and everything. So I feel quite justified with animosity. Everyone acts like, oh, we got no personal responsibility. We're just making money hand over the fist or whatever, making the problem fucking way worse than it ever would be if we had any fucking morals. But you asshole who dare, whatever, judge us. Fuck you, real estate people.
Okay, here we go.
His visit was a kiss of death for Orban's campaign. It coincided with his victory odds tanking in prediction markets for what it's worth, if you want to know. But more importantly, this is a reminder of what it takes to defeat an authoritarian leader. This is what it takes.
És a lehetőséget. És mindenki menjen el.
Look at that.
Senki ne maradjon otthon. Valóban most vagy soha. Kedves fiatalok, hagy mondjam el sokat szorra, de immáron utoljára ezt a hasonlatot, hogy megértse mindenki, hogy miért lehet fontos.
Go, I don't know what he's saying, but go young, handsome president. We need a young, handsome president or a young, beautiful president, man or woman. I don't care. Whoever can win. Orban spent years tightening his grip, tilting elections, going after institutions, stacking the deck in his favor, but it wasn't enough. Because when hundreds of thousands of people refuse to back down, even a system built to protect a strong man can break against the pressure. You can win. You can win. You can win.
Here we go again.
So as far as who will vote for communism if there's no voting, what I'm saying about the moratorium for voting is what I think actually might get me in trouble with some of the online comrades that don't even fucking support us. Who cares, right? That the problem with Cuba and with China and with North Korea and like a lot of the systems is that they've been very successful using a more authoritarian approach. I think at some point they need to open up a little bit, not economically, but democratically. I think they need to open up the voting process after a successful dictatorship of the proletariat, having that necessary transition phase. You then have to transition to a more democratic regime. But that's the hard part that Cuba is stuck in because they have this fucking monstrous imperialist embargo for 65 years that's not letting them do that kind of a transition safely. If they open up democratically, they open up the doors to the capitalists into their voting system. And then when they bribe people, wherever, to vote and everything, it's not as democratic as it seems, but they'll sell it like it is. When the capitalists twist it into a so-called whatever, fixing the problem by reintroducing liberal bourgeois democracy that only ever just fucking ruins the country, and then they do media spin on it all day.
It says they got married in a Presbyterian church on 5th Avenue. So maybe he's not Jewish. I don't know. But anyway, let me see if there's more to this.
In Cuba, they do vote for communism, but people don't believe that their votes, like the outside looking in, don't believe that the people's votes are authentic. Go ahead. Yeah, I was just saying.
I didn't mean to do that.
Oh no, okay. I'm just saying. And same thing with China. They vote for communism in China, but then people from the outside looking in, from the pro-capitalist Western point of view looking, we see their system that people vote in, and we consider it illegitimate because it's not the same as ours.
I was really trying to see if he was Jewish or not, but I'm not finding anything yet.
Well,
Except for Louise. More on how you can win. Word from our sponsors. Support comes from Sundays for Dogs. You shouldn't have to choose between healthy food and convenience for your dog. And with Sundays,
you gotta buy your dog healthy food. It's a fucking dog. The dog should be happy he has a place to live. Yeah, word for response.
Okay, I'm old. I know. Sorry.
I'll be right back.
Anyways, let's talk more about what's going on in the world. So I'm going to break for a little bit from Trump and talk about, you guys know what's happening with Eric Swalwell, right? Eric Swalwell, who's been on the show several times, and he is suspending his campaign for governor after these new accusations of sexual assault dropped. He says, I'm suspending my campaign for governor. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I have made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's. Okay, and then this is how Fox News is reporting.
Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell dropping out of the California governor's race, and now some representatives say that they would support expelling him from the House should he refuse to step down.
Yeah, it's completely inappropriate. I will be filing a motion to expel Eric Swalwell. It is unacceptable for him to just index his campaign for governor in California, but still sit in the House of Representatives. It is unacceptable. And frankly, I don't think that they deserve taxpayer dollar paychecks while they're going through all this.
The 45-year-old Democrat has been accused of sexual misconduct by 4 women. Allegations include one former staffer who says Swalwell sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions. Swalwell has repeatedly denied these claims. Last night, he made this announcement on X, suspending his campaign, writing, "To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I'm deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. I will fight these serious false allegations that have been made, but that is my fight, not a campaign's." Now, the Department of Homeland Security is investigating another case whether Swalwell hired a Brazilian nanny illegally. Hiring a foreign national without the proper visa would violate immigration law.
You see this? Trump steps down. I mean, Swalwell steps down, but Trump's still the president. What about the allegations against Donald Trump? Why can't both be fucked up? Like, what is this whataboutism nonsense?
Because you can't convince a man of something that he's paid not to know, whatever that quote is.
Whatever that quote is.
The department says that it's looking into that case.
Do we have Swalwell with him on camera where he's talking about? Yeah, let's. This is what he has to say.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations. I thought it was important that you see and hear from me directly. These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened. And I will fight them with everything that I have. They also come on the eve of an election where I have been the frontrunner candidate for governor in California.
Oh, okay.
I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past. But those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize deeply for putting her in this position.
Look at this. If Congress removes Swalwell, they need to invoke the 25th Amendment on Trump. Why is it either or? Why both can't happen? First of all, I want to point out that Swalwell, the son don't like you.
I was going to say, I don't know.
Why you sitting there looking like a crawfish?
You're going to have to explain a little bit about what...
He's running for governor of California.
And then what this controversy...
He's a congressperson.
Domestic abuse on his wife?
No, that his women in his administration said that he was like sexually harassing them. And the weird part is,
for a side woman, and they're like, "Fuck you," wherever you got a wife, and he's all like, "How dare they make something out of this? Try and ruin me. These women are all the same."
Who knows? But he also, his ex apology was like, "I'm really sorry," and I like, what are you saying sorry for if you didn't do anything? That was kind of weird. I don't know. It was just, his apology was weird. But here we go.
I also apologize to you if in any way you have doubted your support for me. But I think you know who I am. For over 20 years, I have served the public. As a city councilman, as a member of Congress, and as a prosecutor who went to court on behalf of victims, particularly on behalf of sexual assault victims. That's who I am and have always been. This weekend, I'm going to spend time with my family and friends. And I appreciate those who have reached out to me to show support. And I look forward to updating you very soon.
I'm a makeup artist who doesn't love traditional foundation.
Ooh, they get on my nerves. Nobody cares, baby.
Okay, so listen. People are torn about this. I see people in the chat saying this is why Democrats lose. Remember Al Franken? I mean, what do you guys think? Some people are saying I'm very disappointed in Eric Swalwell. Do you think he should drop out? Do you still think he has a chance? Can you support him? I'm just going by the comments here. Someone says he looks guilty, not gonna lie. Conveniently sus. That's GOP muddying the water again on Swalwell.
Should he drop out or not? Coming from the Biden
do this,
defenders,
shaking my head. If he didn't do it, he shouldn't drop out. I was going to vote for him. Dang. I want to know what you guys think, because should he stay in? I see people saying Epstein, or we have a president that says grab him by the pee. Nobody should be torn. There's plenty of evidence against him. We can't be hypocrites. Innocent until proven guilty, someone says. The timing is off.
Thank you. Well, it seems like a lot of people are actually being like, "Hey, get this guy the fuck out of here," and Don Lemon is still trying to be like, "Oh, what do you guys think?" People are torn. I mean, from the comments that you're reading and putting up, they don't seem that damn torn. I mean,
is Trump leaving office? Someone
they're still going to vote blue harder, though.
Someone said, we have so many examples of men behaving badly, and yet we still don't have the wherewithal to elect a woman president. I don't know if he's guilty or not. I don't know what's going on. But as a survivor of abuse, I know that we take these things seriously. I'm not from the school of believe all people. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in believe all people. I think you take it seriously and you investigate. Because not men, women, everyone is capable of.
I agree with him on that. I'm not in the believe all women or believe all men.
No, but he doesn't deserve to be claiming that kind of. He doesn't believe what he's saying there, right? Because he's such a grifter. Right? He believes selectively with the Democrats, people who should not be believed. He'll let them play their identity politics.
I think he's okay with him being replaced, but replaced with a party that's still not going to do anything. But do you believe all do you believe Democrats? I'm just confused.
Replace them, don't replace them. I could care less. Whatever you guys are
right, exactly.
Replace.
But I think he thinks that's the answer.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, but the problem is the people in the audience who might be taken in by it, and there's only so much you can do to save people who are. It's like the thing with not to be dehumanizing people as dogs or whatever, but like when a dog is caught between two people and you're saying come to me, and like someone else is saying no, come to me, and they want to go to the other person. At some point, if you're not more charismatic, it's not about you necessarily. It's always. It's more like the dog's decision, but that's a bad metaphor because people aren't so simplistic. But the psychological conditioning happening to people, and there are some simple-minded people that are falling for it. And if they don't want that dog metaphor to apply to them, I don't know.
Not telling the truth. Everybody has motivations. I'm not saying that this person has motivation or is motivated by anything. It could very well be true. I'm just saying it should be taken seriously, but I don't believe all women or all men for any accusation about anything. I just don't. I don't. Because I don't think that's we should. Innocent until proven guilty, yes. But if there's clear evidence, he's admitting that he's made mistakes with his wife. That's between him and his wife, but I think this should be investigated thoroughly, take it seriously, and pardon me.
Yeah, what
as
kind
far
of
as the campaign, I don't know. Here? It depends on how much time they have, the front runner, what that's going to do on the Republican side, all of that stuff.
I think this is it.
Boy,
that's good enough from not much more.
Wait, hold on. We got to get to this.
He admitted that he effed up because he can't even guarantee that gas prices are going to go down on Fox News.
Now he's talking about Trump.
They all said, we agree.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be or the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer. They're wiped out, man. They're wiped out. And you don't get a fair shake. You don't get, we need a free and fair press in this country. And I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say how wonderful they're doing militarily? They're doing so well. The country is wiped out. We lost one airplane and we captured the two.
We need a free and fair press in this country. We have one and you're trying to get rid of it. By the way, this is my dilemma because I've been invited to the White House Correspondents' Dinner by a number of different organizations.
It's such a dilemma.
I don't think I should go sit in a room with a person in administration who does not believe in the freedom of the press, who doesn't believe in the First Amendment. So
you don't believe in the freedom.
Should I go? I don't think that I should go. Should I attend some of the events? Maybe.
I'm about to pause and hold on.
I don't even know if I want to be a part of it because we're celebrating the First Amendment, but then there's an administration who's in a regime who's in charge.
Don't go, Don.
I'm wondering about.
Go. You really should go.
I'm sure he's got a whole documented track record on the Julian Assange situation there. If I were a betting man, I'd say he probably was not in support of Assange until he hopped on the bandwagon, and then it was all about
Hassan Piker.
Hassan
Piker,
that guy's a fucking asshole.
He was just talking shit about Julian Assange until Julian Assange got vindicated, and then he jumped on the bandwagon. Assange is free. He's finally free. Wait a minute. That's not what you were saying before, Hassan Piker.
I mean, benefit of the doubt, I guess it's possible. Lemon was an exception to the rule, but it's not hard to look back and find out. I could do it right now. I don't know if we want to. We need to.
I think Hassan Piker has been propped up. He's a nepo baby. I think he's Chink's nephew or something. Yeah. So he's been propped up and hyped up to be the next spokesperson for the Democratic Party when the Democratic Party comes back into being.
Well, he's a champagne socialist.
We'll see.
He's like maybe an epitome example of a champagne socialist. I don't know. I don't listen to Hassan Piker. I don't trust him. I bet you he says some pleasant things about China, but at the end of the day, he's probably as much of a China hawk as I am in some ways. I mean, I'm not so trusting of China, but he's no socialist. I know Hassan Piker likes to act like he's a big, like, pro-Palestinian kind of thing, but definitely not trustworthy at all.
Who is this, Michael? Hold on.
Asmund Gold's lover.
Yeah. Who is Asmund Gold? Who is
Asmund Gold is one of these far-right fucking white supremacist streamers, these basement dweller incel type of streamers that gets way more attention than they ever should. For whatever reason, people keep listening to that kind of a dumb fuck or whatever. I see even like Hard Lens Media wants to give him airtime, see what he has to say. But that guy's a fucking moron, and people mostly use him as a punching bag, and he's probably sadomasochistic or masochistic enough, Asmund Gold, to enjoy that.
So is he like a Nick Fuentes or something?
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't fucking watch these people. I just see that everyone watches them, and I'm like, why does anyone care what they have to say? They care because they're stupid. That's why. They like to laugh at them.
I care because you're supposed to know your enemy.
Yeah, but like he's like the peon, and I'm like, when I want to know my enemy, I'm like, I want to know like fucking the people behind Trump, the
you want to know, you want to know what they're telling, but like you want to. I understand that, but don't you want to know what they're telling the peons how they should think?
To
Don't you
some
want to know
degree,
that?
it might be useful, but we also have to be very vigilant about the algorithm feeding us into a pipeline. Like, this is what I noticed. Being a leftist online, you really get this full frontal assault of right-wing media pushed in your face, and you're just supposed to consume all the slop and somehow not be influenced by it.
Oh, what is Jacqueline saying? The UK indie channel that I'm a mod on loves the song Piper, I Despair.
That sucks. You can, Jacqueline. Turn the battleship.
I think we're almost done with this person. Oh, wait, hold on. One last comment. Now, the reason people watch Hassan Piker is because, as the closest to politics some neckbeards get, Hassan and Bosch are the extent of people's political astuteness on the left.
Yeah, but these people are definitely there to sabotage any real left from emerging. Vosh is definitely worse than Hassan, but Hassan, like, even putting it that way, that's a lesser of two evil argument. You know, Hassan's a different, like, made for a different audience. It's probably the better way to put it.
I think we're about to the end of this. I think that
right
was
now,
like the.
who doesn't believe in the freedom of the
I proved
press.
my point already.
Anyways, I digress. Donald Trump is also floating a nuclear bomb drop idea on Iran. I mean, that's what it's.
I mean, I feel like I've had enough of him. Have you guys had enough of him? I could keep playing, but.
Yeah, I've had enough. I don't need. I usually add plenty of those people, but as long as there's a reason to make a point with them, it's all well and good to bring them up. But we don't need to play like their whole 10-minute spiel.
Okay. Well, I have a video to play on our way out. It's short, so. Any last words? We'll be here Thursday. I was thinking maybe we could do the Brianna Joy, who had a socialist and a communist on the panel. I haven't watched it. I don't know if you want to wait and just.
Oh, does Brianna Joy Gray with the socialist versus capitalist debate thing?
Oh, was it capitalist?
I saw some. I tuned in briefly.
Maybe it was capitalist. Okay.
There was a capitalist versus socialist thing on Brianna Joy Gray's with Jared Ball, the dude who.
Okay, versus capitalist.
There was a controversy with RBN and those guys over the Fred Hampton leftist.
I thought that'd be interesting.
But I kind of still tune in briefly to see what I forget what their channel is, but like the Jared Ball group, and they're an opposition group to RBN, and so I'm still curious to see what they have to say. But I've always been a little bit wary because I had at the time sided with RBN in whatever dispute they were having.
Bad Cookies is all for it. Good night again, Jacqueline. We're getting out of here, so
yeah,
thank you so much.
See you Thursday. Tomorrow, as far as announcements, we missed our show last Wednesday. We were going to try and do an interview with Indy from Indie News Network. We did tentatively reschedule for tomorrow, but I have not really been checking up with him to see if he's still down. Abby, if you want to, after the show, if you want to, you and I should try and get in touch with Indy if he's probably still awake or whatever, and see if you want.
I think he's on live right now. So
right. Well, because we were. You still? You got time tomorrow? Same time, Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Let me check.
Because I'm not sure if he has any other time slot that he can do a show, and I think
Wednesday. I just need to check.
About right-wing anti-Semitic or anti-Zionism versus left-wing anti-Zionism. I think that's something we all need to maybe talk about at the moment.
I could do this 15th, but I can't do the 22nd because I got to take my mom to the doctor. And I can't do the 29th because I have to take my mom to the doctor.
Well, if we can't do it tomorrow, I do want to make it happen. If you guys don't mind, I think it's relevant and timely. They're both anti-Zionist or whatever. So is it the same? Can we treat them like they're the same? I don't think that's a good idea, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's talk about it.
That would be a good discussion on Thursday. But look, are you gonna play nice?
I'm gonna do my best. I have this problem, I guess.
Because we're gonna be talking about socialist versus capitalist. That's the discussion.
The right-wing anti-Zionists are not anti-capitalist, and I think too many people of the left anti-Zionists are ignoring this with like grave consequences. Like they will use us to make their anti-Semitic whatever goals happen, and that's not what we want. And we're letting our hatred of what Israel is doing potentially cloud us to what the Nazis are trying to use Israel to do. I'm not sure how long their alliance will last. I'm fairly certain that at some point the Nazis have some intention of disposing of using it's possible their hopes are to use Iran to destroy Israel and have a genocide of Jewish people in that way. But then to even say that starts to kind of come across as defending Israel, which is not at all what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to say it's very complicated, and we cannot act like this alliance with the Nazis and Zionists is going to last forever.
We have a prediction on the floor, Michael. I'm betting Michael can't go 2 minutes without crashing out.
Okay, that sounds like an easy enough bet to win.
I could put money on that. I ain't gonna lie. I think I'll win.
What, crash out on India? For what?
I'll bet on that.
I think Indy and I might be more in alignment on this one. I'm seeing a lot of, like with Nick Cruz and Rathbone and them, they're leaning hard into this, like the Nazi rhetoric in hopes, I think, of pulling right-wing people to the left. And I think that it's just as possible that left-wing people get pulled to the right, and slippery slopes abound.
We Black Life just renamed our channel Crash Out Worthy.
Nice. Sounds like a good. We could do if we ever do a third day of the week, Crash Out Worthy could be the whole theme of the show. As far as the troll, the idea of roasting people.
I'm kind of looking forward to that on Saturday. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna have the baby with me, but we'll see. But should we say our last words before I play this video?
Yeah. Well, that was kind of where I was just saying I wanted to keep an eye out for us on Wednesday if we happen to make that work. I was thinking maybe tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, next week.
No, I can't do next week or the next week or the week after that. I have to take my mom to the doctor.
All right, we got
22nd and 29th. I have to take my mom to the doctor.
Well, we'll connect with Indy behind the scenes then. All right, then that's
So free Nalinia, free Aspen, rest in power.
Free
Shonda.
Natalia.
What did I just say?
Milan. It sounded like you said free Melania.
No, I said Nalinda. Natalia. I don't know why I keep doing that. My apologies, Cowboy Kitty. I don't know.
Good.
Free Natalia. Free Aspen. Rest in power. Shonda.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the independent media that we hang out with. We love
Hang
y'all.
in there,
We
Oz the Boomer.
appreciate y'all.
Oz the Boomer, Shonda's partner, still struggling with his own cancer fight, so maybe we should do our best to support him. I'm sure he's mourning pretty worse than the rest of us. So,
okay, I didn't know. Maybe we should reach out to him. Yeah, and as I always say, like, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Take care of yourself first. You can't. I say this, but Black Life will tell you that I don't do it as much as I say it to everybody else. But take care of yourself first, then take care of each other, and your community. Mutual aid, wherever you can find it. And I think that's about it for me.
Yeah, I just like my little closing statement. I like to try and, I don't do it every night, but if we treat life like it's a race or a game, the war will be endless. And to add to that, or else, or if not, the end will be near.
And with that, good night, comrades. We love you.
Good night. Love you guys.
You're my favorite toy. You do everything I say. You go wherever I point you. And the best part is, you think it's all your idea.
BB! Put those stupid toys away and come eat your breakfast. You have a very busy day of destroying nations today.
That boy really abuses those stupid toys.
What the hell are you guys looking at? On your feet! We're going to war! I don't know who we're fighting or why, but Bibby said go, so we're going. Don't ask questions. Move out! I gave that kid everything he asked for, and I still ended up on the floor. Good luck, Jack. Hey! Zip it, Sleepy Joe. Can you not see I'm building something very important here? This is the third temple. Come on, man. And when Bibby sees it, he's going to realize I'm his favorite toy.